Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. This is the world of Atlaran. Beyond the Forgotten Realms and perhaps not far from Exandria, Atlaran and her two-moon sky have seen leviathans, dissolutions, divine gates, and calamities. And that's only the last 5,000 years. These have all played parts in the world's fate, but it's the people that truly shape the future. And, every so often, little windows of time, short glimpses into exceptional people's lives, are plucked from the midst of the chaotic centuries, and we call them stories. They're not always epics of heroism and bravery, quite the contrary. Every hero was once a bumbling fool, or a selfish mercenary looking to make a platinum, or, in most cases, both. But on a far smaller scale, perhaps it is time we look at the 300 years since our last story. Much of the world of Atlaran has entered an industrial age of machines, magics, gunpowder, and most volatile of all, the printing press. Factions and nations fight for political supremacy as much with blade and bow as paper and ink. But the machinations of nobles don't mean much to our crew. In this particular window in time, it is the year 501, and despite the advancements of the world, the Antarctic continent of Frosthold is still a little behind. A trio of wanderers have unknowingly taken up a mercenary contract together, intertwining their separate threads. Each seek a form of salvation in their own way. One must undo a mistake, one must find their strength, and one must find their true place. Scrappy misfits all. This is their story, pitted against a world of danger and rushing further into the unknown every waking moment.
I need no weapon, for I am the weapon. I need no armor, for my family is my armor. When I fall, I rise to guard eternal. This was the Nothar creed that Foostrak Broadhorn was raised by. A Minotaur barbarian with a love of battle and honor, the son of Chief Taiylor is fiercely protective of those he cares about. Foostrak is traveling the world to learn new fighting styles and techniques, and hoping to bring them back home to Garrett Eldathos. While not exactly smart, Foostrak makes up for it in brute strength and tenacity on the battlefield. The maul on his back comes in handy, but Foostrak prefers unarmed combat to even the playing field. Despite his gruff exterior, Foostrak can be quite patient, kind, and gentle, but guards the secrets of his past tightly, though it may soon catch up with him.
If you're ever in search of polite company and good conversation, perhaps Magda Wrenly won't be your first choice. If you have a problem that needs taking care of by whatever means necessary, however, you won't find a better mercenary for the job. Hailing from the beyonding woods of Amnobelyn, Magda has traveled the world under the employment of the Atlaran Mercenary Company. She's a human blood hunter who acquires her abilities from special concoctions taught to her by the Guild of the Gate. While she has served the AMC for many years, anyone who comes across her may get the distinct impression she has no interest in niceties and kissing ass to rise through the ranks. Even so, Magda knows that in order to achieve her goals, she needs the AMC and the Guild. If she'll ever be able to stop looking over her shoulder and finally start looking forward, she needs to play the game. But she'll be damned if she lets herself trust anyone again.
Oh, hey there, guy. My name is Noah Nicholas Nesbitt Borago, which, is probably too many names, but Ma and Dad couldn't pick one they liked best, and even after all that effort to choose one they they ended up calling me Nick, wouldn't you know? Even my babysitters growing up, old Alma and Candy, called me all sorts of things because Christ, they had a lot to choose from, didn't they? Half the time I don't even know who anyone is talking to, but I answer anyway because I just like to be helpful. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, you can just call me Noah. I grew up in a sweet little suburb of Port Midcord called Reese's Ridge, and I tell you what, I wouldn't have it any other way. My parents have a successful little potion shop that I helped out with as a kid. My dad was doing crazy experiments with the potions while Ma was tinkering away on whatever she could find. I remember some of the other kids while I was growing up, they would come to our neighborhood barbecues and bring their toys over to show off. Why, this one time I accidentally melted poor Patty's new doll, and boy did I feel silly. After that, you can sure bet I got a good lesson in potion safety. Well, once I got older, I traveled around with the Phelan caravan since, they were good friends of the folks, and I learned a lot more on my travels. Now, after traveling so much, I've helped the folks expand the business and, created a few more things that we can stock in our stores. I came to Frosthold in search of some rare ingredients and make some new, potion things with. And I'll be darned all the heck if I'm not gonna come up with something cool to show Mom and Dad next time I come home.
Vagrant, entertainer, gun for hire. Christmas Fortunemær has been known as many things and gone by various names. Whatever suits him best at the time. To get to the next day, to the next job, to the next handful of coin. Christmas does not go out of his way to show cruelty nor kindness, and grants neither favor nor misfortune. He acts solely for his own interests, and only helps or harms others to further those interests. Though born far in the north under more privileged circumstances, an encounter with the chaotic magic of the Feywild set Christmas' path in a drastically different direction, a direction that changed him, both inward and outwardly. But with change comes freedom, and with freedom comes danger. Survival from one day to the next is both exhilarating and grueling, but Christmas has mastered surviving. Whether by the stage or a passing stranger's pocket, making it to the next day is his specialty.
All right, we're live, fuckers.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh my god.
Hello, everybody.
And by live, I mean this is pre-recorded.
Oh my god. Now you're the one interrupting my intro. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. I'm your Dungeon Master, Taiylor Wallace, and joining me I have Astrid Knight.
Hello.
I have Blake Wolfe.
Bunnies are just horny gophers.
I have Zack Gale.
I don't know what to follow that up with.
And I have Zack Koop.
I'm
I
here
had it on
too.
a sticky note.
All right. That was a train wreck.
In what ways?
I don't know.
A
Stream
fun
master.
train wreck.
Yeah, a fun wreck.
Yeah.
Let's get into this recap because it's fairly short compared to my usual.
Okay,
So,
let's go.
last time, Game 17, Into the Green North. Christmas, after taking a room at Sundrake's with Sala, had a dream where Ross Greer popped back up and reintroduced you to your former patron, Varanestra, the princess of the Sealy Court. She was a friend, in so many words, and originally brought you to the Feywild, apparently. She offered to continue being your supporter and patron despite being jealous of Sala. Magda woke up at Gwen's house and subsequently told her, I'm not looking for a relationship.
Yeah.
Which Gwen was didn't really give you a reaction. She took time to think about it.
Gwen did the Polly thing where she was like, I'm just happy to have you in my life, and whenever you feel comfortable with anything being more, I'm here for you.
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah. We talked a little bit about later conversations, but we'll see what happens. At Gungnir Tower, Kit showed up accompanied by Nyx and Vesper, the Lycari of Winter and Darkness, which is a good pair. Showed up to question you guys on what Noah had sent to Kit about asking about the Awaz tree and what would happen if it died. Vesper gave you some insight on another anchor tree. I realized the sun tree is a critical role thing, but it literally is the sun tree in Garel Shell that had previously been destroyed in past centuries, but is now being regrown. Apparently it caused some weird issues with light and dark, and magic went haywire in the local area. But Vesper thinks that the loss of the Tree of Death would be much more dangerous. Especially... Never mind. Foostrak. I did want to note this. Foostrak offered an apple to Vesper as a little friendly gesture, and she appreciated it. Nyx stuck around to help you guys get to wherever you needed to go, so you had a one-time lift to wherever you wanted to disappear to. You guys took a moment to identify the Lineside Outfitter business card, and then Christmas dispelled it because it could send a message to Walter. Okay.
You found them as piggy gifts?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I found them saved in my phone. I remember I saved them thinking, I need to hold on to these because one day they will be relevant again.
Today was that day.
I'm the hottest Shakira, you guys.
You really are. After a long discussion and theorizing what Walter is up to and whether Hector was safe, Magda messaged Joan to see if she could run Identify on Hector and the Walter aboard the Fifth Horseman to see if they were under any effects. Partly because you had a growing theory that maybe Walter is connected to you in a way, another one, rather. Nothing was up with Hector, according to Joan, but the Walter aboard the Fifth Horseman caught her casting Identify and countered it. So that led you all to be like, we should probably go get Hector. So you've decided to head off to Lokslanding, where Chris and Chips will meet you on Thurin 13th after the Fifth Horseman lands and you get a hold of Hector. You left a few messages with Alistair to send off. The one that Magda was going to send was called off, so that never got sent to Hector. Foostrak alerted Razvin and Rearu as to what he was up to and told Weafin that he was going home.
No way that'll bite me in the ass.
No, of course
No
not.
way.
I mean,
Not
eventually you'll get there.
But yeah, Nyx took you guys to the shores of Lokslanding, not Lockmanos, via ice tunnel in the water. And you wound up at the Mjolnir Mead Hall, where you entered a period of downtime for 10 days. During the downtime, which we have discussed at length, I'll just run through some of these that are not... Anyway, I'll just run through some of these. Magda and Gwen got separate rooms. Everybody would notice that. Magda spent some time at Borago Pit, sparring with some of you, including learning about Gwen's weapons, because the Kusarigama comes from similar culture to the Naginata and the Odachi. Christmas spent a lot of his time performing at Mjolnir in return for his room. Did a little bit of exploring, spent some time with Gwen, and got to know Larkin a little bit better, I believe. Foostrak spent quite a bit of time at Borago Pit. You did go to the opera on the 8th day. Visited some temples in the Wrought Iron Bastion. Did some volunteering and helping out because you go boy. And learned a little bit more about the goddesses that you are most closely aligned with. Noah brewed a lot of potions, made some money, did some looking at some stuff for Christmas, including that potion of etherealness that Sala gave you. Lorcan, you guys would know, spent a lot of time at the archives and at Wrought Iron Bastion. Spent a little time at Borago Pit practicing with his sword, and I believe it's just Jasper and Magda who know that he has started talking to a person named Kel Farrow, who is helping him rediscover how to use magic in a new way, which is giving rise to Lorcan's catching up with you guys in level and becoming an Eldritch Knight.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. No longer a warlock. Jasper spent quite a bit of time exploring, being glad that he's finally in a place where people won't try to hurt him on sight. Spent a lot of time with Gwen, because the two of them just feel like they mesh so well. also went to Baraka Pit, also went to the opera. I believe Lorcan went as well. And then Gwyn, who is the most at home in Amnobelyn, you guys would know that she visited the bathhouse pretty much every other day because, you know, when you're away from your homeland where bathhouses are a regular thing for years, you get as much of the bathhouse as you can. She got to know some of you guys a little bit better. Did a lot of sparring, also went to the opera. Talked a bit with Lorcan about the idea of other access routes to magic, especially the runic stuff, which was inspired by Foostrak's own search. And I should say that Gwyn spent mostly in the evening, she just kind of looked after you guys. She did a lot of like getting food for you guys, checking in, making sure everybody was, you know, doing the things they needed to do, checking if you needed any help. And that, other than the things that you all had personal projects around, was pretty much the 10 days. So, before we jump into Thurin 13th, the day that the 5th Horseman is set to arrive, is there any last-minute things that people need to do in-game on Thurin the 12th? Yes, Noah.
Okay, I will go first. So I needed to... do I need to roll anything for Christmas's potion?
For the potion of etherealness?
Yeah.
What are you trying to do with it?
I don't know what he wants me to do with it. Do you want me to just recreate it, or...?
The idea was basically just, this is an incredibly powerful potion, and if you want to be able to recreate it, you're gonna need to look at it. So I don't necessarily have anything I want you to do with it, except not use it, because I would need to be able to use it probably. But yeah, just something.
Okay. So can I pick it apart then to see if there's, you know, like some sort of way, or use an identify spell on it?
You can use identify. It'll tell you that basically this potion is, well, essentially it's a replacement for a scroll of etherealness.
Okay.
It is, but the sort of extra thing about this is instead of casting, which takes an action, you can drink this as a bonus action and have it start immediately. It casts the 7th level transmutation spell, Etherealness. Does everything listed in the spell. It is an extremely rare and hard to make potion because it does require you to be able to cast Etherealness. So you would not be able to recreate this, but you would, if you could find somebody who did know how to cast it, you might be able to figure out how to sort of distill the spell into a potion. That would require a roll if you ever tried to do that. Okay. But this is not something you can make at the moment.
Can I at least like take notes on what I think it is and have an idea of how to get it started?
Oh yeah, you can do that for free with Identify. Identify will tell you everything about it.
Okay, let me add that to my potion list because I'm keeping a list.
Okay.
Notes on etherealness.
I also would be like with you, looking over your shoulder the entire time, and when you're done with it, I will take it back. Please,
okay.
For the love of
God. Yeah, you know, here you go. It's yours. Okay,
that is
and then
quite a Hail Mary that Salah had.
And then the other thing I want to do is I wanted to work on the one that you and I talked about. I wanted to go into town and see if I can find some ruby dust and see if that would help, because that's part of the spell. So I thought that would be maybe a helpful component in creating this potion.
Do you have supplies from for Magda's bloodstone formaldehyde?
Yes.
The corundum dust in there, that's what
is
it is.
Ruby. Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I guess I just wanted is what they're made of.
Yeah, like ruby, sapphire, emerald, all corundum. You could use any of them.
Aluminum oxide. So, okay. So I wanted to do that, but I wanted to like purchase some more if need be, because I want to make sure I have this stuff for the Black Cascarilla just in case.
I recently learned a fun thing about gems, which is that carats are defined not only by clarity but also size, which is why diamond dust is so cheap.
Yeah.
So
size, clarity, color, and cut, I think
Yes.
is the 4s.
yes,
Yeah.
I believe so. So gem dust is not as expensive as I thought it was. How much do you need?
The spell calls for 50 gold worth of it, but I
Okay,
don't know
there
if
you
I'd
go.
need that much for... Okay, that's what I'll do. Okay, so I will...
It's just I realized that 50 gold worth of ruby dust is a lot more than I think it is. It's not like
Yeah.
a pinch.
Let me get rid of that in my inventory. And then I wanted to go ahead and try to make it again.
Make what?
Try to make the potion again.
The bloodstone formaldehyde?
No, the one that I'm working on.
Oh, the one for Christmas.
No.
What are you talking about?
The one that you and I talked about that I'm keeping a secret for now.
Oh, the... okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I got the ruby dust, just for that.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll me a check with your alchemist weapons.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and give myself guidance for that one. This one. Okay.
The gemstone.
Oh my god,
like-
I rolled a fucking 2 again. So that's gonna be 10, and I'm gonna use my flash of genius to bring it to 14.
It's a little bit better than last time.
Yeah.
You
Motherfucker.
need to throw that gem in the lake. Or that die in the
Well,
lake.
so like the thing is like the 2 is literally right next to the 20, and it always has a 50-50 chance of a 2 or a
Yeah.
20. Like it seems like whenever it gets there. So
Well, at least it wasn't a 1.
yeah, that's true.
I would say... that's not quite enough. You're getting closer.
Okay.
You're getting to the point where it works for a minute, but it's not reusable.
Okay.
And it does. And when I say it works for a minute, I really mean it only works for a few seconds.
Okay. What should I say? Halfway there, living on a prayer?
I'll tell you that.
What do they say in Reese's Ridge?
Oh, you know, we're
Moisturizing hair.
oh my god, I have no idea.
I feel like with the amount of gem
Sorry.
dust you need, it's like when Caleb was figuring out how much incense you need for Find Familiar, and you basically have to like clean out a Sleeping Tiger imports to get all of the
Yeah.
incense you need.
We'll say well begun is half done, in the words of Mary Poppins.
Okay.
You're getting there. You have a better idea of what you need. You have the basic recipe, but what you need to find is something to sustain it. You probably need...
Okay.
Honestly, you think probably residuum would solve the problem.
Ooh.
Which you can get residuum
Yay.
legally. I should say that. It's just expensive.
Or we do know a guy.
Or we
You do know a guy, but you fucking killed his business card.
That's true.
That's true.
I mean,
I don't have
you could
no
get somebody
regrets.
to- You could Vojo post him and be like, hey, you know that smuggling that you're in on?
No regrets.
No
Yeah.
regrets.
But yeah, that's
Okay.
about how far you get.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Who else?
Yeah, I think that's all I had.
I just want to see if I can get any extra healing potions.
We'll just go down.
Hey,
we'll
no,
go
no,
from
no,
left
no.
to right.
What?
Noah's gonna stop you. What? Healing? I heard you're going into town for healing potions.
Yeah. Well,
A little bird told me.
I know you gave us the one extra one, but I wanted some extra ones.
Okay, so how many potions do you have now?
2.
Okay, how many do you feel like you need?
I'd like at least like 1 or 2 more.
Okay, I will give you 2 more basic healing potions.
How much do you want for them?
50 gold might cover it.
Alright, I'll give you 50 gold.
Okay.
Save you a shopping trip.
Alright, perfect.
And it also gives me all my money back.
No, it's
Yeah.
gonna break even.
I broke even today.
Okay. Anything else for Magda?
And that was at half price, so
Yeah, I know. That's
don't forget. Isn't that the thing you're supposed to do? You're supposed to tap your nose for some reason. I don't know why.
You tap your nose when you're insinuating something and I get it. It's
also,
like in charades when you're like, yes, that. I understand.
Also, quick question for you, Magda, while I've got you here. How's your Black Cascarilla doing?
I'm doing alright. I've got like over a month still left of it because Alistair gave me a shit ton. And Helena did, so I'm actually doing pretty good. I've got like 37 days worth of it so far.
Good to know. Okay, well then we'll just leave you where you're at for now.
Cool. Thanks,
Yep, you're welcome.
pal. Alright.
Anytime.
I think that's it. That's all I wanted to do. I mean, besides the stuff that we talked about, I guess. So.
That little conversation that we mentioned will take place on the 12th. Harris, you said you had a thing.
So Foostrak, so you and I had talked on the side about a particular article of clothing that was going to help keep Foostrak warm.
Indeed.
And you came up with an idea that essentially I said go nuts with. So I'm really interested to find out what you came up with.
Oh, I was supposed to. Okay, all right. No, I can improv this. This will be great.
Just to piggyback off that, how much gold should I detract for going and buying a warmer set of clothes for myself?
Cold weather gear.
I didn't think about that. I forgot it's cold.
It's okay. Consists of a heavy coat or cloak over layers of wool clothing. A full set of cold weather clothing is 10 gold.
Okay, done.
I would assume Magda is from up here, so A, she's better suited to withstand it, and B, probably already has.
I would assume you already have cold weather gear, yeah. Anybody who wants to buy cold weather gear, like the full kit and caboodle, you can, yeah.
It's from
Nice.
Kit and Caboodle.
Indeed, it is Wolfera made. But you can add cold weather gear for 10 gold to your inventory. For Foostrak, being that it's been a couple months since Yule,
It's been.
you sort of, I imagine Jasper would help you with this, because it's going to be hard to find something in your size.
Yeah. But
So
would it though, with all the geary around?
Oh no, you're right. You would buy like a geary youth size.
The baby clothes.
Between
Big and tall youth.
The problem is going to be getting your horns through there, which I imagine you have a system worked out for how that goes.
You just turn the head and you pop one through, and then you just
Yeah.
yeah.
But between Jasper and then Gwyn, who he loops in on it, within probably just a couple hours of your request, they both have brought you a few options, and anything you don't want, they're just gonna go take it and donate it. So you have a few choices. You can go full ugly Christmas sweater if you so wish.
It's just a sweater with Christmas face all over it.
Yep.
Yeah, totally.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the in this city, some of the more popular colors are the maroon of the flag and whatnot. So maroon and white. So there is a really awful horizontal striped maroon and white sweater that despite you being built like a truck and super muscular, somehow makes you look fat. And it is just covered in like little embroidered designs and little knitted designs. There is a like a wooden buttoned cardigan that's probably not dissimilar from like what Toralok has in his art, where it's got like the cable knitting and the like loopy knotwork designs in it. There's just because I love them, there's a sweater vest that's just like one solid weird green color that doesn't match anything. And then there's a few other just like really poofy knitted and like Sherpa lined sweaters that are available as well.
Little did you know you were going to walk into the shop and then walk out looking like Macklemore.
Indeed.
I think Foostrak's probably going to take a couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
So like the Sherpa lined ones, is like one of those like cable knit looking, like a cable knit sweater.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he would take that.
Color. Hi, buddy.
I'm going to say a navy blue.
Okay.
For the cable knit sweater, and he's also going to take the cardigan.
Okay. Yay!
Because he knows that the opera's coming up, and he feels like a cardigan is going to make him look fancy.
Okay.
Even though he doesn't have a shirt for under it.
Whatever.
But yeah, and then he will, of course, offer to pay them back for what they spent for the shirts.
I imagine it'd probably only run you like a couple gold for them, because they're just single pieces. They're nice though. But yeah, so you got your sweater.
Yeah, that'll keep me nice and toasty. The only other thing is that I was going to go to a bathhouse. And I probably would have gone to the bathhouse a couple of times, especially after noticing that Gwen and Magda have started taking separate rooms, just out of sheer concern for them.
Sorry, he just jumped up on stood up on the side of my chair and like just started gnawing on like the bottom side of my arm. The fuck?
So like, wait, what did you say? Like, you were concerned about Gwen
and Magda.
Or yeah, why?
Yeah, because you guys are taking. You guys, well, so I'd be taking a bath because I stink to high fucking heaven at this point. I haven't gone to a bathhouse this entire fucking campaign so far.
Yeah.
It's assumed you guys keep fairly clean whenever you cross
like
water.
There's rivers and stuff.
Just get all the river sand out of your fur.
He is enjoying being able to like routinely just go to a bathhouse and like have warm water and everything. But he would probably try and talk to Gwen at some point, just out of concern for how she and Magda are doing, especially after taking separate rooms.
Gwen, it's not that she doesn't talk about it, but she doesn't. Oh, what's your passive insight?
My passive insight?
Yeah.
11.
She's not necessarily trying to hide anything, but Gwen kind of dismisses it as she and Magda barely know each other. They both got a lot of shit going on. And she will tell you that it's probably better this way because she herself is a problem.
Okay.
She doesn't talk much more about it, though.
Foostrak wouldn't pry at all on it. He's like, he just wants Magda to be happy. So
She does too. She likes Magda.
yeah.
Like, how much, she's not quite sure yet, because obviously they've only just met. But, yeah.
He would also jokingly offer to knock some sense into Magda if she would like.
She can do that herself. She is more than capable.
Oh yeah, that's why he did it jokingly.
Yeah. She'll let you know if she needs help, though.
But other than that, Foostrak probably would not have enjoyed the opera that much. I think it's a little beyond him culturally.
But it was a comedy. It was fun.
Was it in a language that he knows?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would probably be a Thunar opera.
Okay.
So
Thunar opera.
Lorcan probably would have no fucking clue what was happening, but enjoyed it a lot because I've just subscribed to the idea that the Feywild is full of theaters because I love Shakespeare and Critical Role. So, yeah, no. Thunar is obviously it's a very Scandinavian language, so it would probably be pretty nice sounding.
The whole thing just sounds like the Swedish Chef from the Muppets.
No, how dare you? How dare?
The whole thing's just like a Sigur Rós album.
But yeah.
Love it.
I decided at some point that it was an Atlaran version of the Barber of Seville because I love Largo Factotum. Yeah, I can't even say it fast enough.
I didn't know there was an opera going on because I
told
didn't.
You guys.
Oh no, you probably did, but you underestimate the amount I read that chat.
I know.
So
you could have gone if you wanted to.
Yeah, Noah probably would have gone.
You've been to operas before. I imagine there's an opera house and at least a theater in Midcourt. I don't know about a full-blown opera house, but
Magda definitely doesn't feel like she fits in to the opera, so she definitely skipped.
Who invited the pirate to the opera house?
Yeah.
It's the piratess.
Mm-hmm.
I did have one last thing that Noah wants to do.
Yeah.
He would want to travel out into the millennial field so that he can collect some avocado toast and antidepressants for the trip. And then he'll come back to everybody and, dole them out.
The old avocado toast bushes.
Is that on the map?
Yeah, Millennial Fields is on the map.
Oh, I get it. All right.
That's great.
What a great stream. We'll be back next week.
Yep. That's it. I'll be here
Millennial
for the
Field.
next 3 hours.
Here, have your fucking fidget spinners and your fucking debt and your broken dreams. Have fun.
Wow. I just wanted some avocado toast and some Prozac, you guys.
No,
It's actually just where they bury the millennials after society has killed them all.
When they die at their natural age of 40.
From stress and overeating.
Yep.
God.
I do have some actual things I'd like to do during the time.
Please, Koop, take me out of this potential existential crisis.
Anyway, so Christmas actually probably wouldn't spend a whole lot of time relaxing with the group. Didn't go to the opera, probably only made a couple of trips to the bathhouse. Anytime you guys see him, he would either be performing or he'd be probably diligently trying to study stuff.
And
Question, yes, also that, all the time, always.
Oh my god.
How much progress did I make on learning Thunar?
I will help you as much as you want.
Right, I am technically relearning Thunar, though.
So here's the fun thing. Thunar is, compared to Common, because it has a completely different grammar structure, and it's a super, super old language with a completely different alphabet. It's a little tougher, but
I do know 4 languages, and using that in real life, it would make learning even more languages easier.
What languages do you know?
I know Common, Draconic, Infernal, and Sylvan.
Okay.
I know
So-
Infernal and Sylvan.
Yeah. There's an interesting thing that happens once you start like really dedicating some time to understanding it. And with a little help from Gwen and Noah and Jasper especially. Jasper's like on it. He's like, I'm going to make sure you can read Thunar by the end of 2 weeks. It'll be great. Between them, you start to pick it up a lot faster than your average person would. And there's moments where they explain an idea to you or tell you a word and you're like, oh, wait, I know that. And you don't know Thunar suddenly, but there are bits and pieces that you remember enough to the point that, considering Christmas has quite the memory anyway, because it's sort of a cornerstone of how he works, you would be able to start to communicate basic ideas in Thunar. But if you were to hear like normal conversational Thunar with a lot of slang, you would be kind of lost still.
Got it.
You can pick up context clues.
Cool. Second thing.
Hmm.
We're in a new place, very far away from where we were before, and he sticks out quite a bit with his normal get-up. So, the code is going away. It doesn't keep him warm anyway. The code is going away, and I would like to get 2 things. Well, technically 3 things, but one of them I don't have to buy. It's just, he's going to show off his leather armor a little bit more than he normally does. It still goes like over the dress shirt. Mm-hmm. He also is going to look for a green poncho, which I will just consider this my warm weather gear.
You can find a Sherpa poncho, sure.
Sweet. It's not super duper nice. If he did go to try to find one, it'd be a little bit ragged. And
Okay,
the next
secondhand
thing,
poncho.
yeah, the other thing that he needs to get is
The
he
new
needs-
hit musical of the season, Secondhand Poncho. Sorry.
I was about to say
continue.
that's a really good band name.
Yeah, it is.
I also would like to find a hat.
A hat.
And yeah, so what he's kind of looking for is like more of like a wide brim kind of cowboy hat where it's like a little lopsided, like a little asymmetrical, so it comes down just like a little bit over his eyes so that he can hide them a little bit more easily.
Mm-hmm. You are looking for a wide brimmed Stetson, based on what you've shown me.
Yeah, basically.
With a cute little green hat band.
Uh-huh.
It's super cute.
Uh-huh.
He's so sweet. But yeah, that's not hard to find in a place like this. You're able to find like probably it would be a leather Stetson.
Hell yeah.
I don't know what it would be called in this world because Stetson is the name of a person and a brand, but it's close enough. Yeah.
The only other thing that I would do that I can think of at this time that has not been discussed between me and you privately is I would probably try to find my last like green bandanas that I have and either light them on fire so they're gone, but I would keep one. So I'm going to keep one that's black and I'm going to dye another one purple.
Okay.
And I'm going to start wearing the purple one around like Magda wears her mask around.
Okay.
Trying to keep a low profile.
Oh my
You know,
God.
there's a
You
train
know-
station nearby. You
What?
going to be robbing it anytime
What?
soon?
You know,
You saw nothing then.
I saw you
No.
get your lipstick on your Yeti.
Fey Wild Cowboy means having
here's
to
the
become
thing.
the cowboy.
I imagine Magda's used to it, but wearing a mask in public is not low profile.
So if I see that Magda is getting looks, then I would still
Yes,
keep it.
definitely.
So I would still I would keep the purple bandana basically tied around my neck, so it's easily accessible for me to
That's
put
very
up if it's like extra cold out. So basically, it's like to keep my face warm on a cold day.
Okay.
Wink, you know, like
Yeah. Christmas is now a puppy.
uh,
Aw.
yeah. Christmas is embracing the cowboy.
Next, he'll need to
Alright.
wear a little bow tie.
That's
There
it. That's
is
all
a
I want
train
to do.
station nearby, indeed. But yeah,
We're gonna have to go
there's
rob
also
a stagecoach.
there's also fucking Ramkorog Ranch. You can just go there and get yourself a Mustang, and you'd be all set. But yes. So, is that it? Before Turin 13.
I actually do want to go buy 4 horses. No, I'm kidding.
There's also it's mostly a Kyotori ranch, but you can get horses too.
Nope, I'm good.
Oh, these horses. Oh, is there a horse there named Sinead?
Maybe.
I actually, Taiylor, I will say this, just so you know, I very
Uh-huh.
purposefully would not go there.
I know. I figured you wouldn't.
Okay.
So Turin the 13th.
Here we go.
Morning.
It's a day of reckoning.
No.
You guys know that the 5th Horseman is on schedule and should arrive around 11 a.m. As you wake up that morning, Gwyn makes sure you all get breakfast, whether you like it or not.
Choose my
Magda.
spells. Choose my spells.
Yep, choose your spells, do all your shit, make sure you get a long rest on your character sheet.
Am doing.
And level up. Just kidding.
No.
Already did that too.
Does the breakfast come out just like a plate for you, or do you get to order what you want?
They have a set menu, and you can basically have as much of it as you want, but you don't
Okay.
really get to choose.
Okay, so any sausage that I get, I give to Jasper, because I
Yeah.
don't like sausage.
Your first mistake.
As the time draws nearer, you guys have decided to split the party.
Don't say it like that.
So, I suppose I'm going. Well, hold on. Let me double check where everybody said they were gonna be.
I would like to note I'm wearing my navy blue Sherpa lined cable knit sweater.
Doesn't draw attention at all.
Well, he's
I mean,
not
it's
going to
Navy.
the docks.
That's true.
So Foostrak is staying at the mead hall as like a checkpoint for Hector, as I understand it.
Uh-huh.
Noah, Magda, and Jasper will be at the docks. Chris and Chips are going to be at the Century Gate Hotel, which they would have checked in with you the night before and just been like, "Hey, we're here." And then Christmas told you guys a little bit of what he's doing, and Gwyn and Lorcan are helping him.
There is one thing I would do before we all leave.
Yeah.
I would tell, okay, everybody, gather around, and I cast Aid on... hang on, wait. I'm going to make sure it's not concentration. It's not. I'm going to cast Aid on Christmas, Magda, and myself to give us all an extra 5 temporary hit points.
Oh, yeah.
And that lasts
Smart.
for 8 hours.
Actually,
8 hours.
Actually,
Oh, yeah.
as someone who has used aid quite a bit, it is not temporary hit points. It is a
Oh,
plus
it's 5 total.
to your maximum hit points, and also
Yay.
5, so it stacks with temporary hit points.
Okay.
Yeah. You can heal these hit points back if somebody gives you a potion,
Okay.
instead of being temporary, which you can't heal.
Great spell choice.
Yes.
Figured that's about the best I can do as far as helping people for the day, so...
So let's start with the front running crew.
Before we all split up, I'd pull Christmas aside and I go, "Listen, I know you probably have your own agendas and things like that, but my number one priority needs to be to get my dad out of there. I'm trusting you."
I'm gonna pull out a folded piece of paper with a wax seal on it. I'm gonna hand it to Magda. Do not open this. Taiylor, I'm gonna message you what it is real quick.
Okay.
Oh no.
A death letter.
I mean, probably, yeah.
Last time we all
Last
said goodbye
will
to
and
each other,
testament.
someone died. So
The last will and testament of Christmas.
Yeah, that's why I'm not getting
Magda,
overly
you don't
mushy
get
here.
shit. None of y'all get shit because I ain't got nothing.
That's why I'm not giving like any like individual goodbyes, so that there's not any
Yeah.
fodder to kill me off.
yeah.
Where are Jasper and Lorcan staying at?
Lorcan is going to be working with Christmas and Gwen. Jasper's going with Magda and Noah.
Okay.
Unless you want him to stay with you.
No, I'm fairly certain that I can handle myself, and I don't want to draw too much attention, which I kind of already do.
All right.
Also, I am going to leave my tricorn hat behind, and I'm going to have a hood on my winter coat.
Okay.
Pull that over instead, so I'm less conspicuous.
Okay, that works. It's a pretty cold day with occasional like little flurries, so having like masks or hoods will not look that suspicious today. I will say that before the main team who's going to like front and center at the docks, before you guys leave, Gwen is going to catch Magda, and she doesn't take a long time, but she just leans down and she says, I promise you we'll get him out. Just try to keep Walter from seeing us. We don't know what's going on with him, and I'm worried that it's going to be more dangerous than we realize. If you have to, draw him away.
Do my best.
All right. And she actually leans down and kisses your forehead before she steps out with Christmas and Lorcan.
I do want to respond to Magda real quick.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I not only do I hand you the note, but he'll say, Magda, the only thing that I'm going to do right now is get your dad out of there. This ship is going to be in town for a couple of days, so if I get the slightest whiff that things are going to go bad, I'm going to abort. We're going to get out of there. We're going to regroup, and we're going to figure something else out, because the last thing that I want to do is put him in danger. Okay? If anything goes wrong, anything at all, you open up that piece of paper, okay?
What, like immediately?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. Trust me.
Hey,
Please.
you said that your only priority is getting my dad out of there. You need to get out of there too.
That part's implied. I'm not gonna kiss
Better
your
be.
forehead.
No, please don't, God.
Lorcan actually slings an arm around Christmas and he says, don't worry, I'll make sure he gets out.
Okay.
I'll
You
hug
too,
Magda.
I
Face,
guess.
Harris.
I will
Oh,
hug
what?
Magda. I'm not gonna give her a kiss on the forehead, but I will give Magda a hug.
I'm stiff, and then I just kind of go,
Pat, pat.
okay.
Yeah, we don't have to
all
turn
done.
into a thing. We're good.
Yep, all right.
So
That's the
it has
last
been a
time
while
they ever
since
saw each other.
it could be. So it's been a while since we planned this in like our separate group chat,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't remember. Once they pass the mead hall, is Foostrak following or anything like that, or is he staying put unless there's trouble?
He's going to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to you.
You are his next stop after he gets off the ship, and then you're taking him to Century Gate Hotel.
Yep. The cardigan,
Okay, perfect.
cardigan will actually probably help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can stuff him in it if needed. He's gonna get real sweaty though.
You're also easier to notice.
Anyway.
It's navy blue. Lots of people wear navy blue.
Anyway. You all gather up your shit and split up because you're a smart D&D party. So
Hey, it worked out fine for Scooby-Doo, okay?
So team,
It actually
we're
did
gonna call you
so
guys, team Dockside. You guys, Magda, Noah, Jasper. You guys head out directly towards the harbor area near the shipyards. The Fifth Horseman is set to land right here at this far right pier near the warehouse district. How early do you guys arrive?
Yes.
I'd say like an hour.
Yes.
About 10 a.m.? Okay.
Yeah, it's just so it doesn't look like we're being suspicious or anything.
I show up
Don't be
there
suspicious.
when it's time for me to start working.
So you would probably get there around the same time then.
Okay.
Just no one will see you. Okay. And then Foostrak is at the mead hall and Chris and Chips are at Century Gate. So, Magda, first of all, since I know you're probably very alert, make me a perception check. And you know what, Christmas, make me one as well. Almost called you Crispy.
Do it, Crispy.
Do it, Christmas crispy fortune cookie.
That is a 21.
There's a 15.
So Christmas. Being that, how much do you want me to say out loud of what you're doing? How sacred do you want me to keep it?
Secret. Keep it
Okay.
secret. Keep it
You
safe.
know what you're doing. So we'll focus on Magda because that's my favorite person to torture.
All right.
Great. Cool. Love it.
You, Magda and Noah, I should say. So Noah, Magda, and Jasper, where are you guys? Are you near each other? Are you spread out?
I'd say we're spread out but within each other's sight.
And also
Okay.
Noah, make a perception check as well.
Perception.
For some reason, I had it in my head that it was Magda, Lorcan, and Jasper instead of Noah.
My perception is a +2, so that's 17.
And Jasper's got pretty good perception too. So I'm sorry, you said you're spaced out?
Yeah, but within each other's sight.
Sightline,
I'd
okay.
say.
So the first thing that all of you notice is that, as kind of per usual, this is a really busy area. There's a lot of people moving around. There's other ships being loaded and unloaded. So you know that at any moment you could pretty much lose yourself in a crowd if you needed to. So you can kind of trust that most
Stop
people
it, Zack.
can't really see you at the moment. What?
Did you start doing Eminem?
Yeah, I was.
okay,
it was
yeah.
in my head too.
Lose yourself in the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know the words to that song. I don't care. But suffice it to say, you have a base level of stealth offered by being in a busy port. If you are trying to be especially unseen, you can make a stealth check for me.
I will do that.
Sure, I'll be stealthy.
I'm getting all the good
Jasper-
rolls right now. I'm nervous. 22.
Okay.
My stealth is 7.
Nice. So Noah ends up drawing some attention, kind of accidentally, but also he's just a friendly guy. So that lends itself even more to Jasper and Magda just fading into the crowd. You wait for a good 30 minutes, and you start to scan the Drosfara Bay out in front of you, and you can see out there the Amberfin obelisk. Even at this time of day, you can see the light inside rotating, though it's not currently on. It's an overcast, cold, slightly windy day with the little flurries coming down. And so it takes a little bit longer for you to be able to see ships coming in. But around 10:30, you can see coming around the Amberfin light is a 4-masted clipper that has this very beautiful sort of like, it's not paint, it's wood staining mural in the side of it of a figure atop a horse. And the main, the largest mast has a sail decorated with a similar motif. It's a very rich looking merchant ship, and you can see it's probably loaded to the gills with all kinds of cargo. There's even stuff up on deck that's like tied down. The aft castle where the helm is, you can start to spot him pretty quickly. You see this figure in a long captain's coat, double-breasted, gloves, probably one of the I don't know what that kind of hat is called. It's like the same style as a tricorn, but it's just a single fold.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But he wears like the one that has the ridge going up over his head instead of horizontal, because those look
Like
stupid.
an admiral's hat.
It's an admiral's hat essentially, and it has like a feather in the side of it. But you can see him just gesturing wildly across the ship as crew rush around. But also about that time, Magda, you notice somebody in the crowd. The first thing that gets your attention is the flash of armor, as not just one somebody, but a few somebodies step up. The city guard, who wear the white and maroon tabards over steel armor, you see a small group of them, 4 to be exact, and they are following behind a slightly, not older, but he looks like he's been through a lot of stress, a gentleman with dark hair and gray streaks in a very fine Constantian coat. And he has a cavalier's folded side brim hat on. You see Walter Dine approaching the pier.
Yeah. Okay. We're not gonna panic. We're gonna be cool and calm and collected.
I'm fine.
Shut the fuck up. You're just sitting there. Okay. Do I see Christmas?
No.
Vic. Okay.
Do I know where Magda is?
Yeah, you have an idea of where she is.
Okay.
Is Noah currently drawing a ton of attention to himself?
He's not drawing a ton. Let me rephrase. He's not drawing a ton of attention, but he's definitely not unnoticed.
Okay.
Being that he's a tiefling in a city full of tieflings, he's not that out of place. But Noah has a particular loud mouth and charm, so his version of stealth is talking to people and being friendly.
Okay.
Well, hey there, guy. Nice day.
I'm going
it
to.
looks like the moose are about to go into rut. It's gonna be real crazy around here.
I want to. Wait, what were you gonna say, Taiylor? Can I make
Noah rolled a 17 for perception?
Yes.
You would also see Walter.
Okay.
As soon as I see him, I'm gonna try to be less loud.
Okay, roll a new stealth check.
Okay. Oh God, come on. Oh, that was so much better. 23.
Oh, good.
Okay, you spot Walter out of the corner of your eye, and you kind of do a double take, and you just
go
down. And
Yep,
the people
gone.
around you are just like, oh, okay. And nobody cares.
Yeah.
But yeah, Magda, at that point, you know where Noah is. You see him clock Walter and disappear.
Okay.
And you feel a little hand grab the edge of your belt. Jasper is right there. He has clocked Walter as well.
Stick with me, all right?
Okay.
Okay. Can I try and find Christmas in this hubbub?
Make an investigation check.
I'm
that
on
didn't
my
sound
way.
promising.
I'm on my way to Magma.
Okay.
Magma?
Did I say Magma?
Yes.
Magda. I'm sorry.
I
I'm
thought
on
it
my
was
way to
intentional.
huck myself into a volcano.
I mean, that's a
There's a
normal
big one
Tuesday.
south of here.
It was a 15.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said you were doing what?
Trying to find Christmas so I can let him know.
No,
like, hey,
you're not gonna find him.
Shut. Okay. We should have had like a code word or something. Fuck.
It's fuck. Yes,
Yeah.
it's fuck screamed at the top of your lungs.
Well.
I rolled a 15 on the perception check, but I'm probably kind of out of the way right now, so I probably
would not
don't
be
see
aware
it.
of him,
Okay.
especially because you're a little distracted with your thing. We're just quietly tip-tapping away on the side. But yeah, Walter arrives about 10:30, and the guards sort of clear the way for him, and he posts up at the end of the pier where the Fifth Horseman is going to dock. And you see he looks tired and pissed.
He's probably. I whispered to Jasper, I'm like, he's probably trying to see what that thing is that's posing as him.
That's, yeah, I figure probably.
Alright, if we don't, Christmas is going to do what he's going to do, I guess. But if we don't interfere with that, I really want to know, too, what's going on with that. But we need to get my dad out of there.
Well, I mean, we're in public. He wouldn't just attack us in public, would he? He has no reason to.
I don't know what. He probably wouldn't, but whatever that thing is, who knows what that will do. It'll be alright.
I'm nervous not knowing.
I am too, but we're not going to focus on that right now. We're going to focus on getting my dad out of there.
Okay. But yeah, you hold position. The Fifth Horseman slowly begins to slow as it comes in toward the pier, and you see a number of people, all mixed races, but a lot of Dragonborn and Tiefling, standing on the edge of the pier with ropes. And you also see that on board, a number of the crew have ropes of their own. They're sort of going to toss them across and each moor the ship. After a few initial lines are tossed out and the ship is starting to be pulled in up against the pier, you see up at the helm, the captain hands off the wheel to another person, just so that they sort of mind it and make sure the ship doesn't move too far. And you see him, this... would you have ever seen him?
What, Captain
Probably.
Orozco?
Yeah, you probably would have seen Ferdinand Orozco before. He's an older guy, probably a touch younger than Hector. You would have seen him visit Joan in Rhyme before and like bring her really overdone care packages. He very much, like, his daughter is his favorite person. You know this about him. And quickly coming into line behind him is, his wife, Maria. She is this just hellaciously strong woman. There's a reason she's the gunner master. And you, in short order, also see Joan, who looks a little different than last time you saw her, but it's been a while.
Wow.
She's kind of filled out and become more muscular because she's, hefting cannonballs and black powder everywhere. She is a little more tan. She's half Dolmaric on her mother's side. Sort of mousy brown hair that's in like a pixie cut at the moment. She looks a little ragged because they've been at sea for a month. But she sort of hefts on this fur coat and does up the buttons in front as she follows them. And you see Captain Orozco disembark with them and walk up to the harbor master who is waiting for him, this Lokslanding woman who has a little clipboard in her hands. And they start talking as you see a number of the crew start hauling things off, and dock workers step up to either jump on the ship and bring things off or bring things into the port authority to be registered. Let's see. You would see Walter does not immediately make a move to like step up and like approach the ship or the captain. He is waiting. But he, with your perception, actually give me an insight roll.
Unnatural 20.
Nice. You notice on his face the moment he like spots Ferdinand, his brow is furrowed, like he's pissed at this man.
Him?
Yes. It is now 11 a.m. and without giving anything away, Christmas, you are on the ship. I will not give away exactly what you're doing for the sake of, keeping your anonymity from the others, but you did get aboard the ship. And make me an investigation check.
Okay.
To see what you find. What are you looking for first?
So, the first thing that I'm looking for is, basically looking for, the first thing I'm going to look for is a hiding spot. Not to use right now, but to remember where it is later.
Okay.
And then I'm going to start looking for Hector.
Why don't I show you what the ship looks like?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
No, I had a bad idea. But I kind of want to do it.
Enjoy.
Oh my God.
It took me a while to make this work, but it works.
Boy.
It's a ship.
Yeah.
Oh my
this
God,
ship,
there's so many levels.
this is a normal ass ship. There are 4 masts instead of 3, and I do want to say thank you to Bailey Wiki who made this map. It is free on her Patreon, but it's fucking beautiful.
Yeah, it
So
is.
thank you. I did put color-coded marks of where each staircase and ladder leads to and where doors go to. So you are on the waist deck, which is the 3rd level down here.
Okay.
Looking for a hiding place and also going along with the crew pretending to be a dock worker would take you down through the gun deck and into the cargo hold. The probably better hiding places would be either the passenger cabins or this little room off to the stern of the ship that's not directly on the way to anything and no one's currently using them.
Okay. I'm just going to note where that is. I actually, hold on. If we're here already, that means that I do need to burn a 2nd level spell slot.
Mm-hmm.
Because we did that already. 2nd level or 3rd? 2nd level. Okay, good. 2nd level. Okay. I opted not to get Noah, which probably would have changed if I had noticed what was going on there earlier, but we're here now. So, yeah, good. So I'll keep note of like we're here, but also like if I'm at the passenger cabins, I'm gonna try to find someone that's like on the ship and find also like I would have tried to come onto the ship with like a smaller sort of box, if possible, something that looks like it would actually be for Hector, if there's like mail for him or anything like that. And I'm going to try to find someone on the ship and actually ask where he is, because I have something for him.
Do you go for a regular crew person or do you go for an officer?
I'm going to look for someone pretty young. There's a set of deckhands that look like there's a really young pair of tiefling brothers.
There are also the cabin boys who are the youngest aboard.
Yep, the cabin boys. That's who I want to look for.
Okay.
Is...
Boy.
I grab that real quick.
God.
Being that you know who's aboard, it's not
Is
too
the cabin
hard.
boys named Jim?
Yeah.
No, their
Jim,
names
Jimmy,
are
Jim,
Usan
Jim,
and
Jim,
Rosa.
Jim.
I spent way too much fucking time over the last 5 days going over this crew manifest,
Yeah.
guys.
It is not super hard to find the cabin boys because they sort of stick to the ship and stay out of the way, and they're like learning still, so they're not going to go on and off the ship constantly. At the moment, you would find what you're pretty sure is them, the two of them, just out on the deck, either loading stuff into crates to be taken off or like coiling up ropes.
I'm gonna ask them, because I look like a tiefling right now.
Mhm.
I'm gonna ask them where, if they know where Hector Wrenly is, because I have something that has to go directly to him, and I'm gonna ask them in an infernal.
Okay. And being that Hector's a deckhand, they would probably know who he is. Make me a persuasion check, just because they don't know you.
Okay.
But make it with advantage, because your disguise is fucking brilliant.
Well, the first one, I'm getting so lucky every time you give me advantage, because I'll roll like a 2, and then like the second one will be way better. So that's a 23.
Okay.
And I have dodged 3 natural ones in a row because of advantage.
These two white tiefling brothers, as you approach them with this box, looking like the person that you look like, a red tiefling, they're both like, oh yeah, he's down in, hold on, let me check the ship. He would be down in the crew quarters, probably getting ready to come off the ship. He's disembarking, they will tell you.
Okay, gotcha. I'm going to make my way down there, and
Okay.
Magda described what he looks like to me, and I did a fun little... Actually, Harris, you will realize this because I learned this from Ias in our other campaign, is using minor illusion and like tweaking it to like learn what someone looks like when someone else describes them. So
Okay, good. I was going to make you roll for it, but knowing that, no, I won't make you roll for it.
Yeah.
You head down to the crew quarters, which is basically part of the cargo hold, because there's nowhere fucking else to sleep on this ship for the crew, where a lot of hammocks are like strung all over the place, but are now being taken down to get them out of the way. You find in a few hammocks there are members of the crew who are like sick or injured, who are going to be taken off the ship here to see an actual, like, not that their doctor isn't good, but they need more than what a ship can offer. And as you get down here, you see a number of crewmen helping like heft one guy out of there on like a stretcher, and you see another stretcher being picked up between an older, pretty thin man who and this like burly guy who looks like he probably deals with the cannons. And as they pick it up, you see the older man turn to like look behind him, and you realize this is Hector. He looks exhausted. He looks probably a little sick, but he's still strong enough to like help other people. And so they're carrying this younger guy who looks like he's on death's door from some kind of illness, and they're about to bring him up to the top deck.
Okay, gotcha. I don't know what... how do I pronounce his name? Is it Daisuke?
Daisuke, yeah.
Daisuke? Okay.
Oh, dice game.
I don't know
Yeah.
I don't know what he sounds like, so we'll just theater of the mind his accent. No, please don't make me do an accent.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say, like, Lokslanding is like Eastern Asia in the Middle East, but most of the tieflings I do tend to actually have Irish or Scottish accents.
Those are
or
two
English.
of the worst accents that I am capable of doing, so I'm
Not
going to
all,
avoid
not
that
all.
like the plague. Anyway,
One of my best tieflings had an American accent, so
Well,
you can do whatever the fuck you want.
he's not Southern. He doesn't sound like Christmas, but anyway.
Okay, just talk
Um,
like yourself.
Hector Wrenly?
Yeah, and the two stop, and Hector turns and looks at you. He says, yeah?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have something for you. I see that you're busy right now. As soon as you're done with that, can you meet me in just one of these back rooms? And I'll just like hold up the box. I'll just be like, I have a package, I guess, that I'm supposed to give just directly to you.
Who's it from?
I guess it's someone named Magda.
And you see his face kind of drain of whatever color he has left, and he's like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, one second."
Okay.
And
I'm gonna go back to the hiding spot as well. That's where I'm telling him to go.
He like hefts the stretcher up a little higher, and they head to the area under this opening in the gun deck because they can't carry this dude up a ladder, so they're gonna pull him up through these hatches with ropes. And it takes a few minutes before Hector's finally free. I should describe him, actually, for the stream, because you guys have an idea of what he looks like, I believe. Did I show you guys what he looks like?
I think so.
I don't.
Yes, I did.
I have no idea.
Look in the
I would
shared
assume
media
Magda
on
would
Facebook.
have described him to everyone.
Yeah, you guys know what he looks like, but I'm talking about in real life.
Oh, yeah.
Let me just reload him. Where the fuck is he? There he is.
Yeah.
Hector Wrenly. Good old boy. For the stream, Hector is a not super tall, but on the taller end, very thin man. He is currently his hair is sort of generally gray, but is shot through with bits of white. He has a pretty nice full beard and a good mustache going on. His hair is longer. At the moment, he is wearing a what style sweater is that?
Argyle?
Isn't Argyle
What?
a pattern?
Argyle is a pattern.
I don't
No.
see the picture.
It,
so
Yeah, I
it
don't
kind
see
of
it
looks
either.
like it kind of looks like a Henley turtleneck almost.
It is a Wrenly sweater.
You're talking about
But-
the gray sweater that he has on?
The gray sweater. What kind of sweater is that
it's-
with the like lines through it?
It's almost like a British military
Corduroy.
or like a British police
Oh.
officer kind of thing, but theirs are always dark blue. I can't remember the actual name, but
okay.
it's
Anyway, he's
yeah.
wearing a sort of high-necked gray Wrenly sweater. He has a pretty beaten up green vest on at the moment. He would not be wearing his leather apron because that was when he worked in his shop. Dark trousers, very, very nice shoes. Beautifully made shoes. And while he's not particularly muscly, he is pretty sinewy, so he can do quite a bit of work. Christmas would see that he has his sleeves rolled up. He has a pretty nice watch on one wrist, and he also has this sort of Geary / Giantkin style tattoo coming up the inside of his forearm. Yeah, once he finishes with what he's doing, he steps away from the rest of the crew and comes down the passenger cabin hallway, looking for you.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, the door will be open, and I'll just kind of wave them in to that back room.
He steps up to it, but you see him hesitate and like stop before the door. He's like, pardon my suspicion, this is kind of out of place.
It's called a fisherman's sweater.
Thank you. You're welcome. It was, but I didn't want to use that word.
If he is suspicious, I'm actually going to
I thought there was an
insight
actual name for it.
check
Yeah,
the
fisherman's-
situation.
Okay.
I mean, the style is ribbed. Like, that's just what that
Ribbed,
is.
that's the
Yeah,
word.
Yeah.
It's a fisherman's style, but it's a ribbed sweater. Thank you.
Oh, I thought we were
Okay.
talking about
For
the
his
collar
pleasure.
and the buttons. Yeah,
No,
not
that's,
the actual texture.
I was talking about the texture, yeah.
There-
Yeah,
the
knit
reason
knit
also-
one, pearl two.
To let you know why I'm inciting him, I do not trust him.
Oh, I thought I was rolling insight against you. Okay.
No.
You want to insight him. What'd you
I
want
want to insight him. Yeah.
What'd you roll?
Oh god, this luck is gonna run out eventually, guys. That's a
Sure
21.
is.
21.
Is now.
Okay. He seems a little like, you get the idea that this is a man who's not used to his environment at all. He seems a little like skittish. But there's nothing necessarily weird going on with him. He just seems to not trust anything at the moment.
You're a smart man. You're a very smart man. I know that. And exactly the reason why you don't trust the situation is why she sent me to get you.
Oh man. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh god, I wasn't ready for Hector to have feels.
We don't have a lot of time. I'm trying to be really quiet while I'm saying these things too.
He sort of looks you over and glances behind him just to check there's nobody in the hall, and he steps in and shuts the door behind him. But you can see he sort of rests a thumb on a dagger that's like strapped to his thigh. He says, She sent you?
She's in Lokslanding. Hector?
Where?
Hector? I'm gonna do something real quick. Don't panic. And I'm gonna point at Lorcan.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna release invisibility.
Yep. And a exactly identical Daisuke, Crimson Tiefling, appears.
And I'm gonna start taking off my disguise.
And Hector's just like, what is happening? And Lorcan reaches out a hand, doesn't touch Hector, but sort of to stop him, says, Don't worry about this. We're not the people you need to worry about. There's some bad folks around who have it out for your girl. So we're gonna get you out of here, and we're gonna get you to safety. And once we have all that sorted out, then you'll be free to move around as you wish. But just stick with us for the moment.
I do need to say as well, Mr. Wrenly, that is a phenomenal mustache that you have. As I take off that part of my disguise, 10 days, my mustache is back. Don't need to wear the fake one anymore.
And he's like scared and nervous, but he kind of chuckles ever so slightly. He's like, I don't understand.
It's okay. They're not going to know that you're gone for a little while. My friend here is going to take you somewhere safe. All right? And I'm going to start working on my Hector disguise.
Oh.
Okay.
I pre-prepared some things for it. But I will also, while I'm doing that, say, please, I need like just a few minutes. Please lock that door if you can.
Yeah, and he turns and he locks it.
Koop, you're like playing like 5D chess over here, and I'm
This
loving
is
it.
my Ocean's 11 moment,
Yeah,
and it was
yeah.
so much fun to keep this all secret from you guys.
We're all over here playing Candyland, and he's playing that Star Wars chess.
Yeah.
I'm literally chewing on the board at this point.
Yeah.
Like,
Magda, Noah, Jasper, while this is happening, you see Captain Ferdinand talking with the harbor master. Seemingly just a basic business conversation as he's like pointing out a couple crates that come off the ship, and a couple of them are being marked with specific labels. And as they finish and he signs off on some sort of piece of paper for the harbor master, he turns and from the distance you can just hear him as he's talking to Joan and Maria. So he would say, well, I have a few things to pick up in town. I should be back within, a couple hours. see that everything gets unloaded, send the crew on shore leave, and Joan, I leave Mr. Wrenly to you. In the meantime, enjoy, ladies. And he walks away. Maria takes over. She steps back on the ship, and you hear her start yelling over the crew. Whereas Joan kind of stands there for a moment, and you see her sigh before she gets back on the ship and heads below.
Insight check. I want to know does she seem like she's been asked to do something she doesn't want to do? Or
Roll.
Well, because I asked her to kick Hector off.
Mhm.
So.
And I'm not sure if he's asked her to do like the opposite. Because yeah.
That's true.
Are you gonna roll?
Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you're gonna say
Roll
anything.
about it.
Insight -1, 8.
Nice. You have no fucking clue.
Cool.
Seems like she's just doing what her daddy said.
How far away from the ship is she? Is she like?
She's like,
I'm sorry. Did you say what her daddy says?
I meant it in the normal sense.
No, I know, but is that like actually her father?
Yeah.
Ferdinand Orozco is her dad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you said Walter said this to her.
No.
I'm gonna be
Okay.
real. I was thinking
Okay.
the exact same thing, and I was
Yeah,
very
and I was like,
confused.
No.
Oh my god.
I was picking up what you were putting down, Taiylor. It's fine.
Okay. Anyway, I thought you were making a dumb joke.
Daddy. Sorry. Daddy.
Shut up.
How
Joan-
far? Yeah.
Joan was so the ship is toward the end of the pier, and they stepped further toward the end of the pier to talk to the harbor master and stay out of the way. So she's right next to the gangplank.
Yeah. So if I were to run up and try and catch her, would that be like super noticeable?
I mean, you'd be out in the open on a pier.
Okay, I'm not gonna do it then.
Okay. So she reboards the ship and heads below decks.
Okay.
In the meantime, Captain Orozco comes down the pier, headed toward the town, and you see, just as he reaches the end, Walter steps out in front of him. And you see Ferdinand, I love your face, Ash. You see Ferdinand stop short, and he gives Walter a nod, and he says, "Mr. Dine." And Walter you can see he has his hand it's not like he's ready to draw, but he's ready to push back the side of his coat. And make me a perception check to see if you can hear what they're talking about. Both Noah and Magda, yep.
18.
18?
Perception, that's gonna be 13.
Okay. I would say Magda can. Noah, they're talking a little too quietly. But Magda, you have a chance to get just close enough to kind of overhear as Walter kind of lays into him. The first thing he asks is, "Who the fuck is aboard your ship?" And Ferdinand pulls back. He's like, "I'm not sure what you mean." And Walter reaches out and grabs him by a lapel and shoves a piece of paper in his face. And Ferdinand pulls back and looks down at it. And he's like, "I shouldn't have to say who's aboard the ship. You should know." And Walter sighs heavily. And he said, "I did not consent to him using my face. Why wasn't I informed?" And Ferdinand shrugs and says, "Listen, you got a problem with it? Talk to the dealer. It's not my problem." And he pushes Walter away and steps further down the pier and off into the town. You see Walter stand there for a moment. He's got his hand actually resting on one of the guns at his side, the super, what you would know is the enchanted one with the purple heartwood handle. He's just tapping the grip of the gun,
Okay, so when he says talk to the dealer, does that mean anything to me?
No.
Is there any check that I can make?
I mean, I'll let you check for it, but you'll see. We'll see. Go ahead and make me a...
Okay.
Actually, no. Maybe you do have credence to know, considering where you're from. Go ahead and make... You can make me a history check.
Does it have to do with Fae, fiends, or undead?
No.
Okay. Boo. 6.
No fucking idea.
God damn it. Okay. Cool.
Anyone else get a nauseous pit in their stomach with that little revelation, by the way?
Yep. Well, okay, so
I've had a nauseous pit in my stomach for 3 days.
I'm so glad that I didn't do the stupid idea that I was going to do, because I was going to, before he talked to Captain Roscoe, I was going to actually talk to Walter and be like, listen, the thing on the ship that has your face is bad news, so you should back off. But he knows
Yeah.
it's bad news. I'm glad I didn't do it.
Walter has an idea of who it is, but he did not give the okay to this.
Mm-hmm.
And you see him sit there tapping on the grip of his gun for a moment, and you hear one of the guards lean in and say, Mr. Dine, do you still need us? And he says, go away. Fuck! And you see him just start walking down the pier toward the ship.
I'm going to try and follow him.
Okay.
Not I'm just staying off to the side, but still weaving in and out between the crowd, trying not to.
Okay. Christmas.
Noticeable.
You've had a moment to do your disguise out.
Cool. Yeah.
With the addition of Hector's vest, it's pretty convincing.
Cool.
I'm also following Magda.
Okay, cool.
Mr. Wrenly, this might be a little bit disorienting, but I am going to turn you invisible. And my friend here is going to walk you off the ship.
Okay, where am I going?
We have a safe house. If anything goes wrong, Magda's... Sorry, what was that?
The little tinkling you can hear in the background, it's a cat dish.
Gotcha. If anything goes wrong, Magda is going to meet you there.
Okay.
Once we have you at the safe house, where you are going to meet a friend of ours. She's a Giri. She is quite the warrior, and she will protect you. Once we are sure that you are safe and the coast is clear, we are going to move you somewhere else. Now, I know what they say about a secondary location, but you are going to be meeting with good people and hopefully your daughter.
I don't understand what's going on here. Am I in trouble, or...?
You might be, and that's why we're taking every precaution that we can.
What did I do?
You didn't do anything.
So, she's in trouble.
She might be. But she can't do anything about it while you're on this ship.
Okay.
If you want your daughter to be safe, this is the best option for you.
And he turns and looks at Lorcan, says, all right, I guess lead on.
Okay. Invisible.
Yeah. Lorcan, grabs Hector's arm before they turn invisible so he doesn't lose him. And you hear the lock on the door flip, and it slowly drifts open.
I'm gonna real quick, before the door's all the way open, I'm gonna grab Lorcan. I'm gonna give him a hug.
Invisible hug.
Invisible
And
hug.
you feel a little...
He's not invisible. Only Hector's invisible.
Oh, okay.
Because Lorcan looks like Daisuke, and I look like
Yeah.
Hector, and Hector's invisible.
Yeah. So, yeah, Lorcan gives you a good squeeze, and he says, well, we'll see you shortly. Don't get caught. And he takes off. very discreetly, like he's got his arm down at his side, but he's got it just very slightly in a fist. You know he's holding on to Hector's sleeve.
There is one very important thing that I am trying to keep track of, which is how long it took for us to get from off the ship to this room, because I need to know when I would feel safe dropping concentration on that invisibility spell.
Okay. I don't have an exact time, but you know.
Okay.
Yeah. I assume you would probably wait until they're beyond the actual, like, port. They take off. Lorcan goes and, like, grabs, like, a barrel under one arm to look like he's actually doing something. And, they leave.
I'm gonna go start helping the crew.
Okay.
Doing exactly what Hector was just doing.
Yep. You end up helping take a couple people over to that area where they can be lifted up through the hatch. People who just need more serious medical attention after the long voyage.
I do have one other thing that I'm looking for during this time.
Yes.
Looking for the Aladrin.
The Aladrin, okay. Make me a perception check with advantage because you know who you're looking for.
That is 19.
19. He is not super hard to find because he's the only Aladrin. And Aladrin are very distinct from wood elves. Constantine Miros is... he doesn't look that dissimilar from Lorcan. He has a similar sort of skin tone. He has these sort of piercing amber eyes. He's pretty thin and pretty, like, reedy, but he's got a little bit of muscle on there. You find him dressed in, like, a sleeveless shirt, simple trousers, boots. No cold weather gear on at the moment. And he is currently leaning on a stack of crates, not doing anything else. He's just waiting.
Okay.
Looks like he's kind of scanning occasionally, looking for somebody.
The only thing that I am doing is I just want to memorize the face. That's all I want to do.
Yep. The most distinct thing about him is there is a scar on the edge of his lip, like something hooked it and ripped at one point, but it's healed shut. Okay. But being that you went looking for him specifically, you noticed something else. The crates he's leaning on are all marked veneer arms. They have the VA, or the shields, crossed muskets, and the V logo. And anytime somebody steps up to, like, grab one, he's like, no, not these ones.
Okay. That's it for me. As soon as it seems natural for me to start disembarking,
okay,
Hector Wrenly is going to try to leave the ship.
Okay. On your way, topside, being that there are only so many different ways to get up there and they're all very narrow, you feel somebody grab your shoulder.
All right. What's their race? What does it look
Human.
like their gender is? And
Human
how
woman.
old are they?
Probably late 20s.
Okay.
She has mousy brown hair and a pixie cut.
Human.
And she's wearing a long officer's coat.
That has to be Joan. So I'm going to assume that it's Joan. So I'll turn and look at Joan.
Yeah. But she's got a hand on your shoulder and she says, wait, your disguise is not magical, is it?
It is not.
Okay, perfect. So there's no way her hand is, like, going to go through. But she's got her hand on your shoulder. She says, Hector, we gotta go.
Okay. All right. Lead the way, Joan. What's going on?
Okay. She just looks kind of confused that you're so okay with it.
And your accent's different.
I'm not
Yeah.
doing people's accents unless it's a character that I create.
He's got a good old boy southern accent, kind of like Foostrak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, she looks a little confused that you're just like, okay. And she's like, oh, okay. Do you have all your stuff?
I mean, we're gonna be here for a while. I can probably just come back and get it, right? Is this gonna take long? What do you need?
Hector,
There he is.
you know you have to get off the ship.
You know what you're asking me to do, right?
I know. But it's for your own safety.
Okay. Hold on. There's just one more thing I want to get.
Mhm.
I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll be here. And she stands next to the gangplank, waiting for you. About this same time, you notice out of the corner of your eye, Walter Dine stalk onto the ship.
Yep. I assumed as much.
Yeah.
So have they crisscrossed then yet? Has Lorcan / Hector, have they crisscrossed paths with
You don't know.
Walter?
That's true.
The only
We
person
wouldn't-
who would know would be Jasper because
No,
you guys
I'm
left
trying
him on
to
the
know
dock.
for Ash's
No.
sake here.
we don't
don't
know
know?
what Lorcan
You don't know what
looks
Christmas
like.
is doing.
I
Yeah.
know, I'm just trying to
I will say, while Magda and I were heading there, I did stoop down and I grabbed a handful of rocks and put them in my pocket.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Pocket rocks.
I am going to.
They're useful.
I am going to go back down the stairs,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to try to find a quiet place.
Okay. Where do you try to find a quiet place?
Ooh.
On Netflix.
Yeah.
Oh.
With John Krasinski.
It's on
So-
Hulu currently.
I'm gonna. So I know where Hector's stuff is.
You saw where his bunk was.
Where
Yeah.
his bunk was, yeah. So I want to head down to where his bunk was, and then just try to find a moment where, or just like try to find a corner where like no one sees me.
You would probably have to go back into the passenger cabins for that.
Okay, we're gonna do that then.
But I will say, hold on, let me check something real fast. This is all going rather well, isn't it?
Wow.
Say it like that.
With your passive perception, as you get into the passenger cabin area, you do hear people talking in one of the cabins.
Cool. I am not gonna have anything to do with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard. Anyway, yeah, I am not gonna listen to that.
I'm just telling you, there's people around.
I know.
What are you doing?
If I go back to that main back room,
Mm-hmm.
is the box that I still was like telling people like, oh, Hector needs this. Hector needs this. Is that still there?
Yes.
Cool. Is anyone else in the room?
Not at the moment.
Cool. As soon as I go into that room, if enough time has passed, I'm going to cast invisibility on myself.
Oh, okay.
And bye-bye second level spell slots. And once I'm invisible, then I'm going to try to make my way off the ship.
Okay. Make me a stealth check with advantage.
And that's where the good times end, people.
Oh no.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It was 14.
It's a crowded ship. It's kind of hard, especially with everybody moving around.
If I will say, if I get the sense that it's not gonna work for me, then it's not gonna work for me. I'm not gonna take the unnecessary risk if I
You
if I
already
can
rolled
avoid
the
it.
stealth check.
That's true. That's true.
No, but I will say that stealth check, it doesn't necessarily mean anybody notices you, but it does mean it takes longer for you to get off the ship.
That's okay.
You have to wait for openings, but while you're waiting, you see Walter Dine come below decks, kind of pushing past people. And you see him looking around until eventually he spots the crates marked with veneer arms, and he marches right up to them. The Aladrin, who's still leaning on them, looks up and says, "Oh, shit." And Walter walks up, grabs him, and just chucks him aside, and pulls out like a hunting knife out of his belt and starts prying open the lid of one of these crates. And you see as he finally pops it open, it is full of like straw packing, and he starts digging in it until he pulls out a sort of tan cylinder that has a hole in one end, and it's completely unmarked. And as he looks at it, he lifts it to his nose and sniffs.
Yep.
And he turns and looks at the Aladrin, who is about ready to fucking skedaddle. Walter chucks this stick back into the box and turns and grabs the Aladrin and slams him up against the sort of mast pole that's coming down. And the rest of the crew like stops to see what's happening. And Walter is just staring at him, not saying a word, but you know there's a conversation happening. And after like maybe 10-15 seconds, Walter reaches down and like pushes his coat back and like puts his hand on his gun, and the Aladrin starts to panic and he starts to speak out loud. He says, it wasn't my idea. It's Cass, it's not me. And Walter nods, pulls the gun, and pistol whips him across the face. And the rest of the crew is like ready to jump on him, but Walter, still holding the Aladrin, turns to one of them and says, "If you would be so kind as to summon the guard. These people are transporting illegal explosives." And the crew like looks at each other, and a couple of them leave, and a couple of them come up and like take the Aladrin, Constantine, and a couple others are like, "Sir, you can't just do that." And Walter nods and sort of folds his hands in front of him and says, "I'm happy to stay right here." And that sort of break in the action is where you'll have your opportunity to get out, Christmas.
I'm gone.
Okay.
Unless there's anything else that would need to take place before I get away.
Like what?
Oh, in case there's any other moments that need to take place with any of the other players, there is something that I do want to do once I'm off the ship and can find a new hiding spot.
Okay. Anybody else have a thing to do as you... Noah and Magda. While you're sort of waiting, looking for Hector or Christmas or some sign of what you're supposed to do, you hear a commotion start in the ship, which quickly dies down before a couple sailors come climbing up super fast and go running across the pier yelling for guards.
I try and make eye contact with Noah.
And soon guards come rushing.
We should get...
I am going to assume that has something to do with Walter and not Hector, so I'm not going to move.
Okay.
Noah's just on the side of the dock. He's like, soon may the Weller man come to bring us sugar in.
some drunk asshole joins in with you. But yeah, a few guards rush aboard the ship, and a couple minutes later,
Kitty.
they come hauling up an Aladrin, shortly followed by Walter Dine, who is he's in shackles, but they're in front of him. It seems he is he's not giving them a problem, whereas the Aladrin is like constantly struggling and trying to get away from Walter. Walter looks calm but pissed.
Wait, Walter's in shackles?
He's in shackles.
He pistol whipped some dude.
That is true. He
Assault.
did. Yeah.
Assault with a
Okay.
deadly weapon.
He's probably, I mean, he seems like he has a lot of connections, so he's probably going to be able to get out whatever he's going to do. But
Well, speaking of, you see them brought out onto the pier where the harbor master steps up and demands to know what's going on. And you hear Walter explain to her that this person, who he identifies as Constantine Miros, he says that the Fifth Horseman has been smuggling illegal, dangerous goods under his name, and he is not about to let them pass it off as Walter. The harbor master nods, and she tries to like interrogate Constantine, but he's just like, get me away from him. I'll tell you anything you want to know, just get me away from him. And they are separated and taken in different directions.
okay. I'm starting to get antsy because I'm like, I haven't seen Hector or Joan come back down yet, or anybody
Can
that
I?
know. So I'm like,
Have I been able to find a quiet spot?
Yes,
Is no one looking?
I assume so.
Cool. Pistol up in the air. Bang. And
What
then
the
I'm going to
fuck?
cast invisibility on myself using a 3rd level spell slot and start heading towards the safe house.
Yeah, almost everybody like ducks, and like a few people start scattering. You see crew draw their weapons. You see a few people with guns like get ready. Not far away, the guards who were escorting Walter stop and like pull their own weapons. Same with Constantine. And you hear from aboard the ship, Joan starts yelling for Hector, trying to find him.
Okay. Is that the signal? Did we agree on that?
nope.
I told
Oh.
Magda if things are going wrong
Oh,
to open
that's
that
when
piece
you
of
want.
paper.
That's when you want me to do it. Okay, I'll do
I
it.
mean,
Game
you
even
could have done that
Yeah.
when guards were storming onto the ship, but
Well,
yeah.
I was waiting for shit to pop off, but it literally popped off. So you're right.
Yeah.
All right, I'll open the letter.
So you open up a little note, and all it has is an address: 139 Vulture Street, basement window. And I think, hold on, it would also say, it would say North Warehouse District. Which is the district you're directly next to.
Yeah, yep. But I still haven't seen Hector get off.
Nope.
Or Joan, and she's yelling for him.
Yep.
It's almost like he's missing. Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Shut up!
Yeah, I don't know
You're
that.
fucking dungeon master. Don't metagame.
You did-
I know.
You didn't tell me, so I'm thinking he's still
Oh.
on there and hasn't gotten
I'm
off.
right there with you. Like, okay, so what are we doing? What's going on?
He gave me this address. I think it's where I was supposed to rendezvous, but I haven't seen him come off. We have to.
I mean, is it
Oh,
possible they
correction.
snuck him off another way?
The address is in Western Old Farron. My bad.
Okay.
Oh, pop you guys. Well, I'll pop you guys over the Lokslanding map for a moment.
Okay, nope. I'm running out of the ship.
Yay! All right. Okay.
Hold on
God
a
damn
second. Don't. What are you doing?
No, she's down.
Yeah, I'm gone. I don't say anything back.
All right.
Is she?
You.
Hold on. Is she far enough? I want to make sure you're not out of my range because I might be able to do this fast enough.
You have time for a reaction, sure.
It's touch. So as she's running, I'm gonna smack her on the back and cast invisibility.
Oh, okay.
So you just
Running.
disappear.
Okay.
I'm like, nobody
Okay.
can see you, bye. And I start leaving.
Thanks.
I'm walking away.
Okay. Other than the people who just clearly saw her get turned invisible.
People saw?
You're in a crowd.
Yeah, we are in
Oh.
the crowd.
Well, as I work my way back through the crowd, I'm also going to put my hand on my chest and like duck behind somebody, cast Alter Self, and turn myself into a Dragonborn, and then keep walking.
Make a stealth check.
Okay. Do I get advantage?
No.
Do I get anything?
No.
That's going to be a 9, but I'll use my Flash of Genius to bring it to a 13.
13, okay. Yep, you head along, and a couple people look at you like really suspiciously, but there's other shit happening, so they're like least of our worries here. Just
I'm
keep
sorry,
that
is-
in mind.
Disguise self.
Okay.
Not alter.
Yeah, Magda, you manage to dodge around people and charge up onto the ship, where you see Joan is standing over the like open hatches, yelling down, asking if anyone has seen Hector, and basically asking what the fuck is happening. Maria Orozco, who is up on the aft castle, comes running down, and she goes actually down into the hold to see what the hell happened, because she thinks, based on the sound of a gunpowder going off, she thinks somebody fucked up and there might be a hole in the ship. So, yeah.
What quick thing? I am staying in the area. I'm gonna try to get up someplace high.
This area is pretty flat, so you'd have to climb something.
Okay. We'll get back to that. Go ahead.
Okay. So if I go talk to Joan, she's not going to be able to see me, so she'll be like, ghost.
You can, I would say with basic invisibility, how long does it last?
1 hour.
Shit.
I like the idea of staying invisible, but I don't know. And Christmas is invisible right now too?
You have no idea where he is.
Well, no, I'm asking, like, Koop, you have invisibility, right? So there's no way that I'd be able to see you if you ran across me. Okay.
It's not even on the ship.
Are you not? I thought you
Nope,
were.
not anymore.
No, he's been off the
Dude,
ship for
we're
a while.
all gone.
Yeah.
Everyone's off the ship.
You're the only one.
The only one.
Right. Cool.
No
cool.
metagaming. Shut up. What would Magda
I don't know. Okay, I am going to run over to Joan. And I'm
Okay.
going to touch her on the shoulder and be like, don't panic, I'm invisible. It's me, it's Magda. Like, in her ear.
do? Make a persuasion check.
Constitution saving throw.
It's a 10.
All right. Yeah, as soon as you grab her, she like turns and sees no one's there. And as you're trying to tell her, she reaches out and like grabs onto you, like ready to literally chuck you overboard.
Joan, it's me.
And she like stops. She's like,
It's Mag. It's Magda.
what is happening?
I just need to know where my dad is. Is
I
he
don't-
still on the ship?
I don't know. I can't. He was supposed to come back to me.
Well, okay, so
Why are you invisible?
it's a long story. It's a long story. Okay. I did have a friend of mine on the ship too, so he might have gotten him off. I'm not sure.
Why didn't you tell me anything?
There's been a lot of shit going on. I'm sorry. I
And you
lost track
couldn't
of what
put me. I haven't seen you in 6 fucking years.
Well, I know.
Still
It's
haven't.
been such a long story. Yeah.
So
It's such a long story. I
so
know.
he's off the ship. He's safe.
I don't know. I think so. I'm assuming he is. I'm assuming that little shot was, you know what? Maybe that was my sign to leave. Cool. I just panicked because I thought my dad was still on here.
Hold on. Do you know what's happening with these other people, Mr. Dine and
Walter Dine is a bad person. You need to stay as far away from him as possible.
But they're. How did he get? I don't understand what's happening, Magda. He was already on the ship. How did he walk back onto the ship?
I don't know. There's something using his face.
What?
Okay, no, all right. Listen, how long? You're gonna be in town for like 2 days? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We'll meet me at the mead hall tomorrow morning. And we'll have a drink.
Which one?
And I will which one are we staying at?
Y'all and Druna.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. I'll explain everything. We'll have a drink. We'll catch up. Tits
I mean,
ahoy.
they better.
It's ahoy.
I don't know what I said. Yeah,
Cookies.
I promise.
And
Okay.
milk.
Should I come alone? Should I bring Jared?
You can bring Jared. It's fine. I would prefer to keep your dad out of this.
Yeah. We'll talk about it. Just go, and if you find out he's not off the ship, just let me know, come back. We'll figure it out. We'll get him out of one of the fucking gun ports if we have to, if things are really that dangerous.
Okay.
But go before I look like a fucking crazy person talking to air.
Okay. All right. I'll give her a little pat on the shoulder.
Yeah,
to
and
let her
she
know
like
that I'm-
grabs you and like she finds your head and kisses you on the forehead. She's like, I love you. It's nice to see you again.
Yeah, you too. Like the haircut, by the way, and then I run off.
Thanks. Yeah, you take off.
All of these people love Magda so much, and she's such a turd about it.
This was before
Yeah.
I was a turd. Well,
Yeah.
she knew the person that I was before I was a turd.
Yeah,
I was
Magda
pretty
was-
cool back then.
Magda was nice once.
Hmm
She had a lot of friends. A lot of people
I was
really cared
like,
about her.
yeah. Hmm
Except
She
one
was that
bad
popular
dude who
girl in
came
high
along.
school.
Not necessarily.
No, I was just like, the really nice girl, like the one that like kind of everyone could talk to,
Oh, you
not
were
just
me.
the popular people.
me.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the outcast that everybody used.
Wow.
But yeah,
I don't know if she was necessarily an outcast, but like,
no, Magda was not an outcast.
no.
She is now though. So you hoof it off the ship. Noah, you're sitting there with Jasper, like, what the fuck is happening? What's going on? Oh God.
Are people still panicking about the shot?
Oh yeah. There's a ton of guards arriving. They're getting ready to literally lock down the ship.
I didn't see you change into Dragonborn, did I?
No.
All right. Well, I don't
Jasper
know.
is still visible. You can
Oh.
find him.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give Jasper a little boop on the nose and be like, "All right, let's go. Safe house." And
He just like
I
pulls
will-
back like a dog, just like.
I will follow Jasper.
Yeah.
And as should I kind of want to just to be chaotic a little bit. No, it's okay. We're good. I'll save
Okay.
that trick for another day.
So, Magda, I assume being that Jasper's kind of leading, he knows you've given him the address of the safe house too.
Yeah.
Cool. Jasper is so innocent and lovely that you can walk like a block away and he can just walk up to somebody and be like, "Excuse me, do you know where Vulture Street is?" And they'll be happy to tell him. Christmas, what are you doing?
I'm going to the safe house. Like, that
Okay.
immediately just beelining it to the
Yeah,
safe house.
I'm gonna swing by the mead hall. Because fucking
That's a-
Foostrak's sitting there.
Oh,
That's
I was
a
gonna
big
send,
out of the way.
I was
Is
gonna
it?
send-
Yeah, look at the map. Where the safe house is here.
Okay.
Yolendruna is up here.
Oh, fuck. Okay, well, I don't want Foostrak just sitting there twiddling his thumbs.
I'm waiting for your dad.
Yeah.
But we're bringing my dad to the safe house now.
You don't know
He
that.
doesn't know that.
I don't know
Neither
that.
do you.
I'm
I know,
taking him
that's
to
why
Crisp and Chips.
That's why I was trying to bring him along.
All right. So
I guess you're just staying.
you all head
Also,
for the safe
by the time
house.
you get there, I'll already have Hector and be on my fucking way, probably.
You all head for the safe house.
Mm-hmm.
And as you get onto Vulture Street, this is it's kind of slummy area of town. This edge of a very old part of the city that's next to the docks. It's pretty cheap and worn down. And you head down Vulture Street, which you only have an idea that it's Vulture Street because it's missing its sign. You only have an idea because one of the businesses on the street has like a vulture-shaped sign. But you head down and sort of follow through these winding old roadways and eventually find the correct address. I would say you guys, being that Christmas had to go off a distance to like hide and wait for a second, you guys would all arrive around the same time.
If I see Magda...
I'm invisible.
She's
baby.
invisible.
Oh,
Invisible.
gosh. Do I see Jasper?
You see Jasper and a Dragonborn.
I see.
Mhm.
Okay. I will... At some point along the way, I will have dropped invisibility. Jasper.
Yeah.
He looks like Hector Wrenly.
And he turns and looks at the Dragonborn like, is that him?
I don't know. You.
Mr. Wrenly?
Describe yourself. What is that? What do you say
Describe
to people?
You might just immediately know that that's Noah, even though it's a dragonborn.
Describe yourself. No, it's declare yourself.
Oh, declare yourself. That's the word. I couldn't think of it.
Can
I
I
like describe yourself.
Or identify yourself.
Describe
Yeah.
can I roll an insight to see if I can tell that that's Noah just based off of that?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
sure, your
Hector.
DC is
I'm
like
65.
And
I like long
there's
ones.
the nat 1. There's the
Oh.
nat 1.
Jasper has a new buddy that you have never seen before.
And he's wearing Noah's clothes.
I'm looking over at this like dragonborn, like very very worried, and looking at Jasper and just being like, "Well, I'm sorry. I have the wrong person."
No, are you Hector?
I start backing away.
Well, hold on. Wait, no. We're here for Magda.
No, I'm sorry. I have the wrong person. Sorry. You're not. I don't know.
Oh God, what do I do?
I don't know. Just tell him. Do you need a treat or like a donut or something, Mr. Wrenly? Will that help you out?
Now you know.
Yeah, now you know.
Now I know. Okay. God damn it, Noah. That's probably the stealthiest you've ever been.
Nope.
Nothing from Magda the whole time. Seeing her
The whole
dad
time.
right there. Nothing.
Was I around?
You're with Noah and Jasper.
Oh, oops.
The whole time I did that because I wanted to see what Magda would do.
Oh my god.
Let's
I didn't
assume,
realize I
let's
was there.
assume Magda was
This is
stunned in silence.
such a
for moment.
clusterfuck.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Could have ran into her and she wouldn't have noticed.
I thought I wasn't there.
Damn.
You okay, Harris?
Are you
Slash Gale?
I start pulling off the disguise.
Yeah.
It's me. Someone fucking go get Foostrak.
Oh, I'm also here, but
Jesus.
you can't see me. I'm sorry.
Wait, I thought
No, it turned me invisible.
we were taking Hector. Where is Hector?
Yeah, where is Hector?
Is
Christmas,
anyone around?
where is
Is anyone
Hector?
around? Is anyone
No,
around?
this is a pretty abandoned street.
Okay. He's in the safe house. If you don't want to see him, this is when you get to... If you want to go get Foostrak, that's fine. We're going to get him. We're going to bring him to Noah's folks.
Did you guys just leave me sitting in a fucking mead hall for no goddamn reason?
This is why I wanted to go get you, so you were just sitting there doing nothing.
I was...
Jasper volunteers and races away.
Oh no. Now there's a Dragonborn, an invisible person,
We are going
and a
to...
Christmas.
We're going to wait until Foostrak gets back here before we do anything.
Okay.
So you all stay out here, and I'm going to go check to make sure everything's okay.
I'm gonna say. How long has it been? How long has it taken us to walk over here?
To this spot, probably 20 minutes.
Okay. So I probably only got a half hour left on.
Yeah.
Invisibility. Maybe I might hide once this is worn off and just tail you guys as you go down the street. Try and just make sure you make it there and everything like that. But yeah.
Okay.
I'm still going to stick with you. I'm just not going to. I'm not going to.
Okay. You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Just get this going.
I'm going to go check on the safe house.
Okay.
Sorry, I need to retroactively do something. I just realized that I made a mistake.
Uh-oh.
The moment that I cast disguise self isn't concentration, so that means I can do that
You
while
did
still
alter
holding.
self.
No, I did disguise self.
Just name it.
Oh,
wrong.
was it? Oh, okay.
It's not concentration, so invisibility stays up.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure that I didn't fuck that up. All right, continue. Sorry.
Yep. So Christmas ducks down into the basement window of this abandoned building. You've scoped out this place well in advance, and it looks pretty much the way you left it, aside from like a chair moved here or there. There is a sort of musty old table and a bunch of rotting chairs and stools around. You guess that probably at some point this was used as like a speakeasy or like a gambling den, but it's long been abandoned.
Yeah, that sounds bad.
But as you get down here, and you head for this side room that you basically set up as a safe room that's like out of the way and kind of hard to see unless you know where it is. You get over to it and the door is broken.
No.
No sign of Gwen, no sign of Hector.
No.
And no sign of Lorcan.
Sounds like Taiylor got tired of voicing so many NPCs in the party.
Fuck you.
I'll have you know I love my NPCs dearly.
The door is broken and it is open, so I can like see into it, or it's broken and I can't see into the room.
It is literally somebody walked up to it in like movie style, just bam, down to the ground. They didn't just kick it open, they kicked it off the hinges.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
Oh, okay, good.
God.
I have to try to find some sort of clue.
Make an investigation check.
I am going to first use a 3rd level spell slot to cast Enhance Ability on myself.
Mm-hmm.
To do... what's the intelligence one? I'm just double checking. Fox is cunning. Okay, so I just want to double check to make sure it was only the advantage and not something else. Some of them have like other things. So investigation.
We'll jump on break here in a minute.
Pretty not great. That's a 13.
You spend a moment scrabbling around in the dust and discarded barrels. You do see like footprints in the dust, but they're of all you guys basically, from moving in and out of this place. The only thing that you find is not in this room in particular. It's in the main sort of room where the table is. One of the chairs is off to the corner. You wouldn't have noticed it at first. One of the chairs is damaged. That's not just rot. It's sort of been thrown against a wall. And you see a small spatter of blood against the side of it and the wall.
Oh my god, I think I just realized who it might be.
I think I know who it might be too.
I'm sure you're all wrong.
Probably.
Because I'm desperately trying to think. There were literally 3 of us that knew about this place.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna slip in because he's taking too long.
Can I make an insight check to basically like retroactively look through the plan the whole 10 days and just try to find something I missed? Just a hole somewhere. Just if there was anything. Okay. Natural 20.
Hey!
That's 20. All right.
Oh god.
I have to I have to figure out what makes sense here.
Okay. I have to reward a natural 20. I know natural 20 is in like normal D&D or like it doesn't matter if it's a skill check, but it matters.
If it helps, it's a 24.
So, going back through it all, you know that the only people you made specifically aware of this place were Lorcan and Gwen. The only other person that you had regular contact with other than the crew was Daisuke. And if you'll recall, this is one of the... I'm not saying this is it. I'm saying this is a possibility popping up in your head. Daisuke has a problem with debt and loan sharks. So that pops into your head. Maybe they found you thinking it was him. Another is that Lorcan is, of course, how can you not be suspicious in this situation? Lorcan has, a whole century missing from his memory. You know that he's been possessed before. You know that he has some shade to his past. So, could be him, could be something related to him. And then there's Gwen, who, as far as you know, loved you and Sala more than anybody else, but she did work for Tristan Kepler. And you're all sure that Walter was aware of Hector, and Walter knows Tristan well. And Walter has seen you.
On the other side of the fucking planet, though. That's the thing.
You know Walter has teleportation abilities.
He doesn't know that we have teleportation abilities.
Yeah.
Then I think
Well,
it
we
would make
don't.
sense if he's...
We just have friends that do.
Yeah. And
Unless
they know
he
we have
has
friends
some
that do.
sort of connection to Alistair or Nyx. But
These are the possibilities that pop into your head.
Yeah.
And I will tell you for a natural 20 that these are the most likely options. But I cannot give you the answer.
Nope, that's okay.
I'm gonna come up behind him then and go, where are they? Where are they, Christmas? You said they were supposed to be here. Fucking hell. I'm looking around everywhere too.
You'll find the blood splatter and the broken door.
Is there anything else I can find?
Let's jump on break before I go into that.
Well, things ain't so holly jolly for Christmas right now.
Otherwise, this is never going to stop.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will be back in about 10 minutes.
I hate this.
Yee.
I hate it.
We'll see y'all soon. All right, now you may chatter as much as you would like to.
Fuck you, Taiylor.
Cool. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, that break was full of theorizing and anger at me.
Did you guys know I get 2 experimental elixirs now
That's dope.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
per day? I'm so excited.
I have something now that I can show off immediately after we start playing again.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Can I talk about what it is?
Well, first, Magda, make me an investigation check.
I'm not there. Okay.
You're outside with Jasper.
Yep. Well, Jasper's gone. I'm by myself.
Oh, yeah, Jasper's gone. Yeah.
Does this have to do with Fae, Fiend, or Undead?
No, you're searching for clues of what happened.
Okay. 14.
14.
Or wait,
Okay.
hold on. Where's my investigation? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. 17. I was looking at the
Much
wrong
better.
stat.
Awesome. So, in that case, I get to show you something that Christmas couldn't find.
Oh, no.
You're looking around this disturbed area where this broken chair is, and something catches your eye in the corner that's just a little out of place. You notice a hat that has this big slash across the brim, and it's just like a black Stetson hat with a black band. But tucked into the band of the hat, and also this hat has a blood stain on it, you notice there's a playing card, a 2 of hearts.
I'm gonna pluck the playing card out of the brim, and I'm gonna hold it up. This look familiar.
2 things. 1, does the card look like it's the same design as the one that's on my tattoo? And 2, does the card mean anything to me?
What does the card... Oh yeah, you have the holdout device tattoo.
Yeah.
Wait, no, I knew that. Yes, it looks a lot like it. Same style, not the same number.
Okay.
But then again, these are both classic styles. You
Right.
could find this deck anywhere in the world.
I also got that tattoo during the time that I can remember.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you got it during the time that you couldn't. Never mind.
Okay.
No,
Gotcha. Yeah, does the card mean anything to me?
it's 2 of hearts.
Does the hat
Out of-
mean anything to me?
It's a pretty nice black Stetson. It's ruined now. Make me a history check. And I'll say, Magda, you can make a history check too.
5.
13. 13.
13. As you pick this card up and you look at the back of it and you see this nice printed design, this is a mass-produced card that's laminated and everything, which is on the slightly more expensive side because all this mass-producing is still pretty new. Or not it's not mass-produced. They don't have mass production of that yet. Sorry. Higher quality materials. Whatever. I know what I mean. It is a nice, crisp card. It looks fairly new. but you recognize the design because you've played with this set of cards before. This like type. This is an Urskar poker deck card. This is used in tournaments in Urskar. Typically, usually only played by rich people or people who have an inn. Gamblers. It is the choice deck of dealers who work aboard riverboats and trains in Amnobelyn. And you could probably find a deck of these at nice bars.
I will say that to Christmas and go, are we looking for somewhere nice then? Maybe a back room of a nice bar or something.
I know who we're looking for.
I swear to God, if this is your fucking bullshit coming in to bite us in the ass. Is it Tristan?
I don't think it's Tristan. I think I made a
Who is it?
mistake. The sailor that I fucking... Not a sailor. There's a dock worker that I have been chatting up the whole week, basically. He's got some gambling debt, I think, and... But I don't know how he would have known about this.
I shove him on the shoulder, and I'm like, if you would have clued us in at all, at any point...
As soon as you shove him, both of his hands are crackling with purple lightning.
Not trying to fight you, I'm just... If my dad has a scratch on him, I'm having your fucking head.
I hate to tell you this, Magda, he already didn't look great, and everything that I fucking did was to protect him. Everything that I did.
Yeah, well, it wasn't enough, but it wasn't enough, now was it? And I'm gonna turn and I'm gonna leave.
What would you have done? Run onto the ship?
I did run onto the ship because I didn't see him come off. Because I didn't know, Christmas. I know you think you're some sort of mastermind and you have everything figured out, but you're part of a team, all right? And this is my life, all right? It isn't a mission of yours. So next time, clue us the fuck in. Now I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
Oh, Mom and Dad are fighting.
Foostrak, my dear, sweet Minotaur boy. You are waiting in Mjol and Druna. What are you doing while you're waiting?
Playing cards. It was
No,
Foostrak all along.
Yeah. He's the big bad.
I got a 51 card deck. Guess which one's missing, fuckers?
I would laugh so hard if you were actually the bad guy.
Comes in a cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Howdy there. Yeah. What are you doing?
Quite literally waiting.
Just sitting
And
at a
getting, like, not even at a table. Like, he's kind of, like, posted up off to the side. And just kind of keeping an eye out the door. But, like, he's starting to get impatient.
Mm-hmm.
And feeling like things have gone sideways and wondering whether or not he needs to leave.
Okay. So after the crew, everybody leaves to get to the docks at 10 a.m. And you know that you should expect Hector between 11:30 and noon. Roughly. Potentially a little bit later. But your cutoff time of like an oh shit button, Lorcan told you was 1 p.m. If you see and hear nothing by then, like lock Chris and Chips down because something's happened. And as it's getting close to noon at this point, you're starting to get a little antsy. and starting to like look at this big like clock carved out of whalebone on the wall. The doors, which are always standing open during the day, you see a few people walk through, look like they're cold and miserable. And then shortly behind them, kind of between two groups, you see a tall, thin, older man in a gray sweater, dark trousers, nice shoes, green eyes. And he steps through and you see blood running down the side of his face. And a couple people look up and are like, what the fuck? As he's just looking around, he looks shell-shocked.
I would recognize him from the description
Yes.
more than likely.
You would have seen from the minor illusion that Christmas was using to figure out what he looked like. You'd know exactly. This is Hector Wrenly.
All right, I'm going to go over to him and, like, just gently, because he seems scared and he seems injured. Let's go. Hector, I'm with Magda.
He turns and looks up at you, and you see him, like, take a deep breath and try to settle himself, and you can see there's recognition. Someone has told him who you are, and he walks up and puts a hand on your shoulder, like reaches up to put a hand on your shoulder. He's like, I am so glad to see you. Where is she?
So she was down on the dock. I'm supposed to get you to a safe place.
Is she safe?
So far
What's
as I know, yes. What happened to you?
I don't know. We went to this place, this like basement or something. There was this tiefling guy who turned into an Aladrin, and there was this big, tall, geary woman, and we were getting ready to leave, and apparently come to find you, and a bunch of people broke into the place, and the woman, Gwen, she got me out and she told me to run like hell.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do. And I, like, reach over and I yank a napkin off a table, and I'm like, sorry, this is going to be gross, and I, like, lick it and I wipe the blood off the side of his face.
Yeah.
It's mostly because blood is going to draw attention.
Yeah, you see, it's not super bad. It looks like somebody went to try to knock him out or like down him. It's a small like hit. It's more of a puncture than a slash, but he seems with it, like he's got his senses.
Okay. I'm going to pull the cardigan out of my bag, and I'm going to wrap it around him because he is not really dressed for the cold.
No.
And I'm going to tell him, okay, so we can't stay here. I need to get you over near the Viceroy's palace. We're going to go to a hotel. There's people there that we can trust. Everything's going to be okay. Just stick with me, okay?
Is Magda coming? Is she going to be okay?
She's going to meet us there at some point. I can promise you that.
Just twisting the knife. Yeah, and Hector is like glued to you. He's terrified. You see him constantly scanning. You do notice he has an empty sheath on his thigh. It looks like he had a knife, but it's gone.
I will give him. I have a hand axe.
Okay.
And I'm gonna give that to him just to like keep tucked inside the cardigan so that he can defend himself if needed.
Yeah, it's not weird for people to like carry axes on their belts, so it's good. But yeah, he's glued to you, and we'll follow you.
All right, let's get moving out.
And as you turn toward the door, little Jasper comes skidding through. And like looks around, sees you. He's like, hey, Hector?
Jasper, you need to walk with us, bud.
Oh, what is happening?
I don't know. I'm hoping that you
what?
can tell me.
I don't. We found this safe house messed up. And he looks at Hector.
No, Jasper doesn't know that.
No, sorry, he left.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's just shocked to see Hector there. He's like, I should. Oh shit. Where? And he looks at Hector. He's like, where's Larkin and Gwen? And Hector just shrugs. He says, last I saw him, they were at the safe house fighting.
All right, so apparently somebody didn't tell me all the plan. We're going to have a nice discussion about that later. Right now, we need to get him to Chris and Chips.
Yeah. Okay. And he joins onto your side, sort of bracketing Hector in between the two of you, because Jasper may be small, but he's quite a fighter.
He is. The whole way there, just to keep Hector calm, he doesn't say Magda, but he is definitely telling Hector about the adventures that he and Magda have gone on.
Trying to keep him distracted.
Just to keep him distracted, trying to keep him calm and everything like that, and making sure that he stays with us.
Okay. You leave the meat hall and head out onto the edge of Kevia Market, north of the Brock Pit. The rest of you. Magda has just come out of the safe house to Noah.
Noah, drop the spell, please.
Which one?
The one that's on me.
Oh, okay. Gone.
Thank you. All right.
What's going on?
They're gone. They're gone. So we have to find them.
Okay.
They're probably at some sort of fancy bar with a lot of gambling and loan sharks.
And about this time,
What's
with
going
your
on?
passive perceptions, you both notice, standing at the end of this empty street, there's a man in a long dark coat with a black Stetson with a playing card in his hat. And he's standing there watching all of you.
I take out my Kusarigama and I point it at him and I'm walking toward him and I'm like, where the fuck are they?
I am
And,
following Magda close behind.
You can see
Still is the Dragonborn.
You can see
Yep,
him
still is a
push the edge of his coat back where you see he has a quick draw holster. And he's like, hold on there. There ain't no reason to get violent here. I am just a messenger.
We have nothing to do with that tiefling. We met him.
Daisuke? No, you don't. That's not why we're here.
Fuck.
I assume I'm out of the safe house at this point as well.
Yeah.
I'll drop my Kusarigama to my side then.
Yeah. And he still keeps his hand resting on his gun, but not like grabbing it at the ready. And he lowers his hand and he says, I am here on behalf of Mr. Parrish, who would like to speak with all of you.
Mr. Parrish.
Who's that?
My employer, you would... Oh, whoa, I just switched southern accents.
My employer.
I say.
My employer, who's probably would better know him as the dealer.
What does that have to do with us?
I heard that name.
You all are caught up in some dark stuff, we understand. And Mr. Parrish would like to offer you his assistance.
You took some people who are very close to us.
Oh, man. We don't
Some
have
of them
anybody.
carnally.
Then whose hat did I find down there?
Whose head did you find down there?
I'll hold up the playing card. Like this was in a Stetson hat, just like yours.
I'll hold up the hat.
Oh shit.
You'll people in trouble too, then.
Someone's in trouble.
Maybe we do have a deal then.
Maybe. This ain't all of you. Where's the rest?
Did he say they don't have anyone right now?
They don't have anyone.
I think it's Tristan, dude.
Yeah, I think there's been like some double cross, triple cross going on. Like there's some crazy shit. It's absolutely Tristan.
I think that like someone came for Daisuke, and then while they were getting Daisuke, then Tristan and his gang.
Yup. No, so like because Lorcan looked like Daisuke, so they were following him, and then they're like, "Oh shit, it's Lorcan!" Like, what the fuck? And then someone was following Gwen and was like, "Oh god."
Yeah. So it was just like it was the Spider-Man meme where everyone's pointing at each other.
Yeah. I basically. Like, this is so complicated, it's called the sailor's knot.
Yeah.
Hold
it's
on.
really not that complicated.
Hold on. How do you know about us, and how do you know about this place?
I don't know shit. I'm just here on behalf of Mr. Parrish.
Mr. Parrish sounds like he's wrapped up in some much bigger shit than we anticipated.
Well,
who does the bloody hat belong to?
Oh, that'd probably be Kim. If it's a Two of Hearts, it's Kim. Can't say I'm surprised.
Can anybody tell me what's going on? I'd like, people are missing?
I would rather not talk about all this out in the open, and Mr. Parrish will be able to inform you of more.
How quickly can Mr. Parrish get shit done? Because we have some people who might be in danger right now.
Well, considering the fact that Mr. Parrish has access to an entire deck's worth of people, if you will, and he taps the playing card on his hat, and he's a rather respected gentleman in these parts, we can get shit done pretty fast.
What's his card?
What's
his card?
Let me check. Oh, this guy's?
Yeah, this guy.
This guy's the Jack of Diamonds.
Ooh.
Taste.
Did you say haste?
No, I said taste with a T.
Oh, taste.
You guys, we've been to the bathhouse enough. You guys know that he has a Jack of Hearts tattooed on his forearm.
Yeah, but that has nothing. I look over at Christmas, so I'm like, this has nothing to do with you.
I don't fucking know anymore.
Oh god. All right, lead the way.
No, hold on. You're not here for Daisuke.
No. We know of Daisuke. We knew he was wrapped up in some shit with you. We seen you poking around.
Okay, then what the fuck was your friend Kim doing here?
Let's move
That's
to a safer location so we can talk about this.
Needless to say, my friend, I don't know what Kim's gotten himself mixed up in, but he wasn't supposed to be here. Let's go. And he turns and starts heading northeast.
I'm gonna follow, and I'm gonna have Magda fill me in on what's going on because nobody's explained to me what's happening.
I've told you that they're gone.
You just said people are gone, but like I don't have any details. So once you give me the details from the back, I'm gonna be writing into my sending scroll, and I'm sending it to Chris. Okay. Be like, things have gone wrong. We're okay. Be on your guard, and send it off immediately.
All right.
Well, this is how Foostrak gets shot.
Don't worry, she doesn't have a gun.
Also, he knows you.
So. Yeah.
Foostrak, my dear, sweet, darling boy.
Stop saying that.
You're fucking dead.
You arrive at
I'm anticipating it.
You arrive at the beautiful, fucking Biltmore-esque Century Gate Hotel, which stands right outside of the Viceroy's Palace, outside of the estate walls.
Kill my parents, I swear to God.
And
I'm
as
not
you
gonna
step
kill him.
up, the first thing you notice is that there are guards everywhere. The doors are roped off. There is a wagon there, drawn by horses. There are a number of stretchers being brought out of the hotel covered with sheets.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Jasper, keep an eye on him.
Yeah, okay.
Well, at
And
least we
back
saved
off to
your
the
dad.
side.
Yeah, and he takes Hector and moves away out of direct sight of the Century Gate Hotel.
I'm going to approach a guard.
Yeah, you see one of these men in the white and maroon tabards just standing there with a spear, keeping an eye on the door, making sure nobody walks in that's not supposed to. You see him turn away a couple people who are like, "How dare you? We're staying here." And he's like, "I don't give a fuck. Get away." But yeah,
Man after my own heart. I love that style of customer service.
Question real quick. Sorry,
Yeah.
follow up. When I sent the scroll, did it go?
Yep.
Okay.
Foostrak. Yeah, as you approach him, he immediately starts into the, "I'm sorry, you can't go in. There's been a problem. Please."
I kind of assumed that. I was supposed to be meeting some friends here. What the hell happened?
We're not really supposed to disclose much, but, and he glances over toward the wagon where the obvious bodies are being loaded in. Says, long story short, somebody attacked, some guests and staff.
Can I roll an insight check to see if this guy seems trustworthy?
Go for it.
I mean, my insight sucks dick, but, you know. Oh, yeah, it's even worse. I got a 3. I'm sure that he seems like the most trustworthy motherfucker I've ever met.
Well, not even necessarily that, but you know he's withholding information. You're not going to get anything out of him.
The people I'm supposed to be meeting here would have been some high-profile folks. A gnome and a Mercoptera. Last name Borago.
Would you be willing to come talk to the captain?
Oh god! Oh god!
Is
this like a threatening kind of way?
No.
Like he thinks I'm a suspect? Or
I would say with that insight check, you're not sure.
That's fair.
It's suspicion, but you don't know if it's like, are you the fucker that did this? Or if it's like, wait, how do you know these people?
So I'm gonna look. I know that Jasper
Dude.
is watching me.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna kind of like give him like a wave that basically just says like stay where you're at. And I'll just say, yeah, I can. If it's gonna help find out what the hell happened here, I'm happy to do it.
Okay. And you see him, he yells over at somebody and says, go get the captain, bring him here, tell him it's important. And this younger guard goes running off. But pretty soon, a much more heavily decorated but less heavily armored man steps and sort of ducks under the rope at the front of the hotel. And as he steps out, you see he's got slicked back black hair and a curled mustache, because we're going full Wild West here. But he steps out and walks up, sort of nods to the other guards. Says, Sergeant, I understand my attention was needed. And the sergeant says, Captain, he said he knows the Boragos. And the captain nods and says, well, how close are you with them?
I actually just saw them not too terribly long ago. I'm currently traveling with their son.
I gotta stop looking at Ash.
She just looks like anxiety incarnate.
Yeah. He nods and he says, we would like to talk to their son as soon as possible. We've sent out a letter to be sent via the post office to him. It should be on its way soon. Do you know if he's in the city?
He is. And I wave Jasper over.
Do you want him to bring Hector? I assume he's going to bring Hector because he's not leaving.
Yeah, I want him to bring Hector.
Yeah.
I want Hector nowhere left alone at this point.
Yeah, Jasper comes over, sort of leading Hector by the hand, and the captain nods to the two of them. Says, well, I can't discuss everything that's happened, but Mr. Borago is pretty badly injured, and Mrs. Borago is missing.
Jasper, I need you to go get Noah now.
Gone.
We have our own messenger boy. We don't have
he's the only one that knows where Noah would be, so...
Right. We just don't have to find random orphans on the road to deliver our mail for us. Sorry, I shouldn't talk about orphans right now.
No, my heart is pounding a mile a minute.
Yay! Finally looped Noah in. Yay.
Oh, Jesus.
If you don't come preset with trauma, I'm going to give you some.
No, I know.
But, Jasper takes off and Hector sticks close to you. The captain says, could I get your name, sir?
Foostrak Wildborn.
And he has the sergeant write it down for him. Says, well, if you do see Mr. Borago, please let him know to either come down here to the Viceroy's Palace. We have he points out a building. He says, we have a marshal's office right there. He introduces himself as, let's say... I need a name.
Bob.
Jeff.
No.
Tim.
Captain Bob Jeff. Got it.
Captain Bob Jeff.
This here's my boy, Bob Jeff.
It's Bob Heff. Thank you very much.
His name is going to be Captain...
My name is
Jeff.
Bob Jeff.
We're going to name him Captain Garrett. He is a captain in the Warden's Guild.
Okay.
And he points you to a marshal's office where you can... Yeah.
I have the feeling that we ain't going to need to be... that you aren't going to need to wait too terribly long. My friend that I sent off knows where Noah is and should be bringing him along fairly quickly.
Good. Once we can get a chance to talk to him, we'll let him know where his father is and get to work on figuring out what happened here.
Just out of curiosity, do we know what the assailant looked like?
And he glances toward the wagon and says, other than Mr. Borago, nobody else is alive to tell us. And he's out cold.
Does
But
it seem like the
not
Boragos
dead.
were targeted?
Yes. They were attacked in their room.
I think it was Walter. I think it was Walter.
And about this time, Noah, you hear a pop, and a golden scroll, a golden envelope drops in front of you. Not a scroll. Envelope.
Okay.
It's a Vodro Post envelope.
I pull it open while we're walking.
Yeah. By this point, you guys have reached the east side of Kevia Market, east of Braca Pit. And as you open it, you see it is an official letter from the White Wardens Guild of Lokslanding, telling you that your parents were attacked in their hotel rooms. Multiple people were killed. Your father was badly injured, and your mother is missing. You are asked to report to the marshal's office close to the Viceroy's palace as soon as possible.
I stop in my tracks.
And then Jasper comes.
I'll just like, shut fucker.
Walter comes. Fucking Jasper!
Walter pops up was like, peekaboo, motherfucker!
Jasper comes
Where's your mom?
shrieking across the market. Oh god, that would be horrible for
Yeah,
Walter
it would.
to walk up into Noah's face and be like, "Where's your mother?"
Oh, it's awful.
Bitch.
But no, Jasper comes streaking across the market and he spots you guys from afar, and he's like, "Noah! Noah!"
I am not paying attention. I'm absolutely zeroed in on this letter.
Yeah.
Jasper, what? Where's Foostrak?
No,
He's at the.
you okay?
He
I
has Hector. He has Hector.
as soon
What?
as they
Who has
as
Hector?
soon as they start
Foostrak
talking, I drop the letter and I take off.
Noah!
God. Somebody attacked the hotel.
I
What?
follow Noah.
Come on. And he takes off, and the guy with the playing card in his hat says, "Oh shit, alright.
Where do you want us to meet you? Say where?
Hold on 1 second, let me look at the map. 1/2 second.
He's like,
He
hold on,
didn't
let me get this
expect
map
this.
out of my pocket real quick.
Yeah.
It's,
He's gonna tell you to meet them at... Oh shit, where's a good place for these people? He tells you to meet them at Molinark Station.
I hesitate for a moment. Just being like, should I follow or should I follow this guy to the parish or whatever? But hearing that Hector's the Foostrak, then I'm just gonna be like, we'll meet you there. I promise. Soon.
Alright, take care of what you gotta. And he heads off. You guys streak across the market with Noah in the lead. And you arrive upon the same scene, this beautiful Biltmore House-esque hotel with a bunch of roped-off entrances, guards everywhere, and a wagon being loaded with bodies.
I'm hanging back. I'm blending into the crowd.
You guys would be able to spot Foostrak from afar. Magda, you see Hector.
Yeah.
Even after so long, you recognize him immediately. His hair's a little grayer, and he's a lot thinner, but he's there.
as
I
soon
pause like deer in the headlights, and then I just like slip behind people as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Is the guard still next to Foostrak?
Yeah, it literally took minutes for this all to happen.
I would like to try and get close as possible so I can hear what's going on still
Mm-hmm.
between the group.
if I see Magda is doing this, despite all of the bullshit that just happened, I'm gonna look at her and say, "Do you want to be invisible? I can do it one more time."
That'd be nice, thank you.
Okay, 3rd level spell slot. I'm gonna turn Magda invisible.
I skid to a stop next to Foostrak and the guard, and I look at him and I'm like, "Where's my dad?"
The captain looks down at you and says, who, I'm sorry, who are you?
I'm Noah Borago. Where the fuck is my father?
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
He says, we've had him taken to the nearest hospital, and he points over into the Eastbjorn district, and he gives you an address. I'm not going to come up with an address. I don't need it. There's a central area right here with this courtyard. The hospital surrounds that.
I'm gone. That's it. I'm not
All right.
hanging around. Gone.
Okay.
I'm going
You're
with
gone.
Noah.
Okay. they're gone.
I'm going to thank Captain Garrett, and then I'm going to take Hector and follow.
I'm following them.
Jasper reassumes his spot, sort of bracketing Hector in between himself and Foostrak. And Magda, you'll notice Jasper look around a little bit, like looking for you, but then you see him like remember, and he's like, and continues following. Eastbjorn Eastern Hospital is a pretty big place. Noah, once you get there, I'm not, for the sake of brevity, I'm not going to go through the all like, who are you, how are you related, kind of shit.
This is so hard for me to be like serious in this accent now.
Yeah.
Too. I'm going to have to try.
Where's my father?
It's the beginning of Fargo versus the end of
Where'd he
Fargo.
go?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to try.
You managed to get in. The hospital staff basically tell you, like, please don't take your entire group in there with you. Like, a couple people at a time, maybe. But you get Chip's room number, and...
the only person with me is Christmas, right? Everybody else went with Foostrak?
Well, I thought they were all...
I'm following you.
All
Yeah.
came
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
We followed.
I'm going to turn to Christmas and tell him, be like, okay, so just stay behind, all right? And I'm going to go into Chips's room.
Okay. You find, being that Chips is a little more of a high-profile person, they put him in a private room, and also he's fucked up. But as you step into this little room, obviously it's not going to be all the beeps and lights of a modern hospital. It's this quiet, sort of empty-ish room, aside from some cabinets, a counter. There's a couple chairs in here, and there is a, compared to Chip's, large cot that he's currently placed on. And as you get in there, he's almost difficult to recognize. Like, if it weren't for the fact that he's clearly like a flying fox bat, you'd be like, oh, wait, is this the right person?
With a peg leg, yeah.
Yeah. He has like a pretty hefty blanket on him because it's still winter. And you can see that there's all of these it's not like something scratched him, it's like shrapnel ripped past him. The side of his face is just in shreds underneath bandages. You can see his nose has a bunch of cuts across it too. The pretty much top quarter of his left ear is just sheared off. And he is just covered in bandages and in a very light, loose sort of shirt, and just covered up with this blanket. And he is out cold.
Does he look like he's been healed at all? Is there anybody in this room with him?
There would be a person in here with him because he's kind of in a critical condition. You see a younger looking woman who is in the sort of dark gray and white of the Sentinels of Senna. And you see at the moment she's holding onto his hand and slowly, very methodically drawing runes. And you can see she's just very slowly starting to heal the worst damage. But of course, because she works at a hospital, she can't just like completely heal him. She has to save it for other patients. But she's keeping him alive and trying to wake him up, basically.
I will walk over to his other side without a word and grab his hand and cast Cure Wounds at his second level.
Okay, go ahead and roll the HP for that.
Okay. That's going to be 7 plus 8, so 15 points of healing.
Okay. Yeah, you step up and just, without a thought, spend this spell slot, and the woman's like, who? And Chips, his eyes pop open. You see one of them has this like almost crack to the iris, and it looks like the actual like eye is like red, like blood vessels have burst, and he kind of squints it a little bit because it hurts. And And he, like, opens his eyes and looks around, and you just hear him say, "Oh, gosh, Chris.
Are you okay?
Oh, God, bud." And he, like, squeezes your hand. He's like, "Where's your ma?"
They don't know. She's missing.
And he starts to, like, pick himself up, but the lady's
No,
like,
don't.
no, Mr.
Stay
Broadhorn.
there.
She's hurt real bad, but you gotta find her.
We're gonna find her. What can you tell us about what happened?
These people busted in. They had a bunch of. They were kind of mixed up. Some of them had like these green kerchiefs, and some of them had these like hats. And one of them had this. I think it was like a grenade or something. And they threw
as
it
soon
right
as
at
he
us.
says the green handkerchiefs, I'm gonna run over to the door and open it and be like, "Christmas, get in here right now."
Real quick, before I do that, once Noah is in there, I do need to have a 30-second conversation with Hector.
Okay, rewind.
Hector.
Yeah.
Because you beat me to it. You read my mind. Hector, the people that came in there and attacked you, what did they look like?
They weren't. There was one of them with like this black hat who was kind of calling the shots. And then there were a couple with like these green handkerchiefs over their face. The guy in black, I think he turned on him. I'm not sure what happened.
Guy in black.
Is there anyone there wearing a red coat?
Not that I saw.
Okay. And then I imagine at that moment, that's when Noah was like, Christmas, get in here.
Oh, I was going to say, Foostrak would say something to Christmas, too, after Noah left. You want to explain to me why he's talking about a safe house? Why he came to me bloody and says that people are missing now? When I was the one that was supposed to be escorting him?
I set a safe house up ahead of time. I didn't want everyone to know the plan, because when everyone knows the plan, shit goes wrong. I told Magda where to go if things went bad.
So I just rolled a 24 to punch Christmas.
Cool, that'll hit.
That was cool.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
In a hospital, best place to do it.
Yep, sure is. That is going to be... You're lucky. It's only 7 points of damage.
Yeah, just crack, and I imagine that would probably send Christmas to the ground. A number of nurses like look over and they're like, whoa, and they like run over and like try to push you guys apart. Can't do anything to Foostrak at all.
So when I like throw open the door,
shit.
Christmas is
Oh,
on the
shit.
ground.
No, wait. Invisibility is concentration.
It sure is.
Sure is.
As soon as I casted Cure, No.
Oh wait,
It
no,
doesn't.
Noah has it.
Yes, Cure Wounds is not a concentration
No.
spell. So the only reason it would ever drop for you is if you are attacked or you attack somebody.
Yep.
Christmas was the one who put invisibility on Magda
Yep.
Oh,
as we were
yeah.
running up to the hotel.
make a Constitution
Oh
check.
shit, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, please.
What's a 6?
Hector reappears in the middle of the fucking
Oh
waiting
man,
room.
this just became a bigger clusterfuck, you guys.
Yeah.
We're on a fucking team, Christmas. You need to fill us in, because otherwise I could have been fucking killed. Hector could be dead right now.
So
I could have been there helping to protect him, and I could have saved people.
I need to resolve this.
Hi, Magda.
So yeah, she appears, and like the nurses are all like, "What is happening?" And like Hector turns and he doesn't recognize you. So he's just scared. He, like, pushes himself behind Foostrak.
And then Foostrak says, "Hey, Magda."
Yeah. And I stare at Hector for a little bit.
Yeah, he, like, leans out.
And I turn around and I bolt.
What?
I, like, run down the hall, like, take a corner, and then I find, like, an empty room. And I just shut the door.
Yeah. The rest of you see Hector, like, take a step and, like, about to reach out for her, but she's gone. And he stops.
I put a hand on Hector's shoulder, and then I hold the other one out to Christmas to help him up.
I don't take it. I get up on my own.
That's
Door's open.
fair.
I'm like, are you coming in? Let's go.
Yeah.
Man, Noah missed a lot.
I just saw him on the floor. I was just like, what are you doing?
But yeah, Christmas, you step in and see a very fucked up Chip Borago.
I'm pretty close to Christmas, like not like getting confrontational, but I'm like pointing back to Chips. I'm like, he said that people in green bandanas attacked them.
People with green bandanas attacked Hector and Gwen and Borkin as well.
What? Ask him whatever you need to know, but we need to go.
Chips.
Yeah, and the woman has helped him, like, sit up a little bit, whatever's comfortable for him, and he's much more alert now. Like, you can still see he's a little foggy, but his panic over Chris has woken him up. He's like, yeah.
Pull out the drawing of Tristan that I have. Was this man there?
Bless you.
I don't think so.
Okay. Anyone in a red coat?
No, the people with green kerchiefs, they were all pretty much wearing neutral colors otherwise.
Thank you.
Who is that? Does he have Chris?
I'm just gonna walk out.
I go back over to Chips, and I'm gonna pump another cure wounds into him.
Yeah.
That's gonna be 4 plus 8, so 12 points of healing.
Okay. Chips didn't have a ton of hit points,
Mhm.
so I would say other than just leftover, like, weakness and, like, exhaustion and some aesthetic issues, you can pretty much heal him up to the point where he'll be fine,
Mhm.
but it's going to take him a while to, like, recover properly. He went through some trauma.
Yeah. Do you know anything else about did they say anything about where they were going?
Oh, they didn't say anything. They didn't make a sound. They just came in and grabbed people and killed them and threw grenades into the room, and I don't know how we lived through that. I think it was your ma. She kind of tried to cover me.
We're gonna find her, but we're gonna do everything we can to find her.
I'd go with you, but I think I'd be more trouble than good.
No, you're not going anywhere. You're gonna stay right here. There's gonna be people who are gonna ask you questions, and tell him everything you know.
What's happening, bud?
I don't know, but I think you guys accidentally got drawn into some things that are happening with other people.
Is Magda's dad okay?
He's alive.
And you can see he tries to force a little bit of a smile. He's like, well, the mission accomplished, I guess.
I just had a funny thought about asking about Wilbur. Or Wilma.
Oh! She's so dead!
There's a little bird body back at the... It's on a tiny stretcher.
Oh no! It's just a lump of
They're
feathers.
doing CPR, like,
Yeah.
please, damn it, no!
There's not even a bird left.
Oh god. Sorry. There's too much tension. Okay.
It's okay.
Uh,
We all deal with it in different ways.
Yeah, okay, you're gonna stay here. Do you have everything you need? You got money, you got your bag. Do you need anything?
I'm pretty sure I've got everything. I always keep it on me. And he points to, there's like this little locker in the corner of the room. It says they took everything off me, and anything that wasn't ruined they put in there. So my bag's in there.
Okay. We're gonna get these people, and we're gonna get Ma back. We're gonna bring her back to you.
Whenever this is all over, tell your friends to come by for a barbecue or something.
We'll hold you to that. Now, okay, you get better. Don't worry about me. It'll be fine.
You're gonna tell me not to worry about you after people just tried to blow us up?
Isn't that what you're supposed to say?
No. I mean, yeah, but no.
Okay, well,
It's not a thing, but it's not gonna happen.
do I know, does Chips have a bag of holding?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you need money, bud?
No, I don't need anything. I'm just trying to think of anything that would help me get Mom back.
Well, if you need something from what I've got, you just let me know.
God, that's so tempting. That feels like cheating, though.
Gnomish transmutation.
I feel like just
He's not
taking
a
his.
gnome.
I feel like just
No,
taking
she
his
is.
entire bag and leaving him with his money.
It's gonna be heavier without the bag.
God, I can't imagine how much money he has. What are you doing, Kat? Okay. Okay, we're gonna go get her, and I'll keep you updated.
Just so you know, once I'm done here, I'm gonna reach out to some people and get out of the way, someplace safe. I'll let you know when I figure that out.
Okay. All right. I'm going.
Okay.
Okay.
The rest of you. Well, Magda, you're in a room alone.
Mm-hmm.
And after a couple minutes, you hear a little knock on the door.
Nope, I'm just quiet. I'm like in a little ball on the other end of the room, just kind of like head down. Everything.
Did you... Well, you're in a hospital. This room wouldn't have a lock.
Yeah.
The door swings open. And being that you're in a pretty dark room, the electric lights in the hall silhouette Jasper. Magda? Say anything. He steps in and shuts the door behind him, and he walks over and sort of does that crouch sit in front of you. Not too close.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Okay. That's okay.
I should do it, right? Because Noah's dad is in there dying, and mine's right there. You know? I could just,
Do you want to see him?
I can't do it.
It's not about whether you can or you can't. Do you want to?
Yeah, of course.
Would you feel better if I held your hand?
If I'm going to talk to him, it has to be just us, I think. I have to face it. I gotta stop running away.
We, a lot just went very wrong. And I think every plan that we had just got destroyed. We need to figure out what we're going to do with him. Lost parents. Apparently we have somebody else trying to talk to us. But we're still here. We've got your back. So you don't have to do everything alone.
I'm gonna reach out and I'm gonna hug him. Like really close, like
A squishy buddy.
yeah.
Yeah, he wraps his arms around you. There's this interesting thing about Jasper, that even though he's so much smaller than all of you, he has this extremely sort of protective aura about him. And there's a certainty in Jasper that is comforting. And as he's got his arms wrapped around you, just sort of rubbing your back, says, I'm going to be right next to you for everything. And
I know.
It's going to be okay.
I'm gonna pull away. Can you go get him?
Then he steps out, comes back to the rest of you. And he just sort of, he's sort of just anxiously like rubbing his hands, and as he steps in and looks at you guys, Foostrak, you've managed to avoid trouble for decking somebody. But as Jasper steps in, he looks at you and then he looks at Hector. And he says, Mr. Wrenly, do you want to come talk to her? And Hector, who's kind of sitting to the side, like gathering himself. He looks down at Jasper and glances at Foostrak, who's the only other person he's had a chance to really figure out who you are. It's like,
I'll take you over if you want.
okay. And he stands up, and Jasper reaches out and grabs his hand, and Jasper leads him away. And before we jump into Magda and Hector, after probably a minute or two, Jasper does come back. He leaves them alone, if that's what Magda wants. Okay. Yep, he'll come and just climb into Foostrak's lap and just sit his head against your chest.
I'm currently
What?
sitting on the floor.
Oh.
Just like head in my knees.
Okay.
I give Jasper a hug. And I just tell him, good man, you did real good today. I'm proud of you.
You become aware that he's crying.
I just squeeze him a little bit tighter, and I like pull the sleeve of my sweater down a little bit, and I just like wipe the tears.
And he looks up at you and says, "We have to find good market."
Yeah, yeah, we do. I have a bit of an idea about that, but I don't think anyone's gonna like what I might have to do for it.
And he just lays his head against your chest. And we'll jump over to Magda in just a second, but you guys do notice that a different person in all black, with Stetson and a playing card, steps in, glances around, sees all of you. Their eyes narrow and they look around like they know people are missing, but they tip their hat to you, letting you know that they're not there to cause trouble. You see that the card in their hat is the King of Spades. And they just post up against a wall.
Can I help you?
Hold on, we're gonna do Magda and
Okay.
Hector first, because this is all happening simultaneously.
I'm
It's been 0 days since Ash cried on.
Buckle the fuck up.
Yeah.
Can we
we're
make
gonna
a
do one
countdown for that?
Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, we should make a
There's
countdown.
involved.
Yeah, we should make an
Siobhan.
actual sign. Yeah.
It's been 0 games. But yeah,
I'm standing, like, I pull myself up off the ground and I'm just kind of like psyching myself up, just kind of like facing the door. Just, yeah.
After a couple minutes, you hear, this would have happened before, you hear the little click-clack of Jasper's claws on the floor, and you hear him talking quietly before he opens the door. And he doesn't step in, he just opens it up for Hector. And as Hector steps in, he reaches over, because he's a human, he can't see well in the dark. He's going to flip on the lights in this room, which aren't terribly bright, but they're good enough. And Jasper shuts the door.
I don't look at him in his eye, I'm just staring like at his shoes.
Yeah. Same style of shoes he's always worn. Just new. And as he stands there in a gray sweater that is very familiar to you. Nice
I have the
shoes. His vest is... No, you have his vest.
Oh, that's right.
His vest is missing. He has always worn a vest, so it's weird to see him without one. It's weird to see him without his leather apron, too, with the Wrenly thing stitched in gold on the chest. And as he stands there and just stares at you for a minute. Hi, Magpie.
You're an idiot.
Yeah, so they tell me.
What made you think that you could go all the way across to Amnobelyn? And then some.
Well, I had to try.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I've told you. I gave you every opportunity. To just go. And now look at all the shit that we're in.
And you see he kind of dips his head at that. He's like, I didn't mean to get you all in trouble.
It wasn't you. It was me. It was always me, Dad. I'm the one who did this.
Well, how can I help?
God, you're infuriating.
Yeah. I know.
No, I need to stop doing that. I've spent 6 years being an asshole on purpose. I can't do it anymore. And I'm going to look at him in the eye. And I'm going to take down the mask.
And it reminds you of Gwyn's lack of reaction. How there's no, like, horror or pulling back. You see his brows furrow as he registers this now starting to get lighter mark on your face because you've been taking the bloodstone formaldehyde so long. But it's not really this desiccation that he registers as he says, "You got so thin."
You were right about him.
I wasn't right about him. I guessed right about him.
No, you were right. And I didn't listen.
No one can blame you for that, sweetheart. I did that once when I was young, too.
It didn't end up like this.
No, I got lucky. But, honey, I don't want you to blame yourself for that.
Well, I do. Maybe not for that. Maybe I do know that that wasn't my fault, but everything after was my fault. I should have ran home to you.
And you can see that he's like holding himself back. He wants to run up and just hug you, but he's not sure if he is allowed to.
I didn't want you to see me like this.
See, like what?
A failure.
You're not a failure.
I failed you.
You ain't ever failed me. I don't know everything that's gone on, but that's not a failure.
The way that I've treated you has been a failure. The way I've treated everyone has been a failure. It's my own sick need to preserve myself. That's my fault.
Oh,
I'm trying to say that I'm sorry.
apology, honey. I just wanted to see you. That's all. Just... I don't know. I was never good at words.
I know.
What's happening?
It's too much. I just needed to get money. I just needed to get money to... There's a lot. This was supposed to be a job. And I got entangled in some shit. I can explain everything later, but... we need to get you somewhere safe. And then we need to rescue some of our crew.
Yeah, your friends were real nice in the short time I was with them. Lorcan, I think it was, I think he was trying to hide it, but he was pretty excited about you seeing me.
Yeah.
I
like him. I like all of them.
Good.
Because they're absolute fools like you are.
Well, then, I suppose I'm in good company then. I just, I never met people who, know me for a couple minutes and then throw themselves in front of hell to make sure I was safe.
I've managed to find the handful of people in the entire world who do that.
You always had a way with people.
This is gonna work out. Well, you're gonna be safe, and I'm gonna find a way where we can go back home together. I promise.
You don't have to.
I want to, Dad.
Okay.
I wanted to see what the world had to offer, and I've done that. I'm tired.
Me too, honey.
I just want to go back to my stupid home. My stupid one-horse town.
I ain't so one horse anymore. It's still little nothing town. Just bigger.
That sounds lovely.
Still got the same locks. You still got a key. You're welcome anytime.
Next time it's gonna be for good. And I'll help you with the shop. Like I was supposed to.
You can do whatever you want.
That's what I want. Okay. I am very hesitant in approaching him, and I almost don't do it. But I eventually put my arms around him and I give him a hug.
Yeah. He wraps you up in a hug, and for a moment, it's like almost nothing really changed there. It's familiar. And your dad was always he was the most openly loving dad in your hometown. Other men would make fun of him. But he has always been this incredibly open and supportive person with you, and you have that back all of a sudden.
I just cry into his shoulder.
Yeah. Let's scooch back over to the rest of the group, where you are awaiting Magda and Hector. The dark clothed person is standing there just waiting. Harris, you're gonna approach him.
I wasn't even going to stand up. I was just going to look at him and go, "Can I help you?"
I think it's more a question if I can help you. But I think we'll wait for the rest first.
Noah is not very good at waiting right now.
But
Oh yeah, Noah's in the waiting room now, isn't he?
yep.
Yeah.
But eventually Hector and Magda do emerge.
How long does it
And-
take them roughly? Because I might do something.
Not terribly long.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna walk back in the room with Chips
Mm-hmm.
and be like, do you? Not Southern. Yeah. Do you mind if I look in your bag real quick?
Yeah, go for it, bud.
Okay. There's a couple of things I want to try to pull out of the bag. Does he have arsenic or mercury?
He would probably have mercury, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take the mercury with me.
Yeah, you can get a vial of it.
Okay. He doesn't have any rat poison, nothing?
No.
Okay.
Who are you
Okay.
trying to kill?
You'll find out.
Okay. It's gonna be Christmas.
One
Okay.
vial of mercury. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You're like, okay, I just, needed to, I have, some things I need to do. Okay, and then I'll go back out there.
Hector and Magda return, and Magda, you will clock this dark-clad figure with the King of Spades card in his hat.
I step in front of Hector. Alright, I told your pal that we would meet you.
Right.
I kind of step up beside Magda. I'm like, okay, who's this parish guy and can he help us? Like, we've got things to do. Let's go.
I'm just here to keep an eye. Oh, God damn it! I keep slipping into Christmas. Ah!
So does everybody else, you whore.
I'm just here.
Not
I'm
that kind
just-
of bard.
Oh, whatever. You've already slept with one prostitute.
We know of at least 3 women that he slept
And
with.
you slept with her pimp.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
shouldn't have said
the,
prostitute. It's sex worker.
Anyway.
Or sex
Sleeping with the
worker.
pimp takes way more skill.
Anyway.
And for free.
Anyway. The King of Spades, as I shall refer to him, looks over the group and says, I am just here as a lookout, really. Making sure nothing else bad happens to you folks.
Is your friend downstairs then? You talk really slow. Like, let's move it along.
No, he's at Molinark Station.
Okay, that's where we're going.
All right.
Okay.
We gotta figure out where to put. We have to figure out where to put Dad.
The safest place for him right now is going to be with us.
But I don't want
Just-
to get ambushed.
He's going to get... It doesn't matter anymore. I'm going. And I'm like... I'm walking.
Magda's right. Apparently nowhere is safe, and I'd rather that he's at least with us.
Okay, fine. I look at Hector and I'm just like, all right, well, going on a fun trip. Do you have a weapon? Do you have weapons at all?
I gave him a hand axe.
Oh,
yeah.
great. That'll chop someone's finger off. All right.
Well, if you prefer, I could give him a maul. He looks like he'd probably be able to drag it behind him.
Yeah, no. I actually have my rapier.
I
And I'll pull my rapier off my belt and I'll hand it to him. Put that around your
honey,
waist.
I know how to use an axe better than a sword.
Also, you probably need that rapier.
I have my never mind. I'll
A weapon that never hits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
plus one now.
King of Spades, if you follow, will lead you across town towards Molinark Station, where you see the train has arrived.
Did Christmas get up?
You stay behind.
Don't you
Oh,
dare.
no.
Don't you dare.
I would not have allowed Christmas to stay behind.
I
Same.
be real with you guys. He'll go with, but he does not get up right away when you guys start going down the hallway.
As long as
Okay.
he's coming with.
But yeah, you guys are escorted across town. You do notice that a few other of these dark-clad people fall in step a ways behind you. They are not watching you, they're watching around you. But as you get to Molinark Station, this will be probably the first train that some of you have ever seen. I imagine, Magda, being that Vague is along a train route, I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me check the map.
End of the line.
I've also been everywhere, so
Yeah, yes, Vague is one of the stops on the Pilgrim line. Lokslanding, like Sigarave, Fear, Holsfjord, and Rhyme, has 3 tracks that lead away from it. 2 of them go in a ring around the continent, and the central track leads to Haven. You see the train, which appears to have been here for a while, is starting to warm up. You can see people loading coal into the locomotive. You can see passengers getting on. You can see a little bit further down, a couple people are attaching an extra car or 2. And the King of Spades, gentleman, steps up to the platform in front of this titanic steel vehicle? For those of you who haven't seen them, you've no fucking clue what this thing is. But he steps up next to one of the little sets of stairs that leads in between the cars. And you see a conductor starts to approach, but the man holds up a hand, and the conductor's like, "Oh, excuse me," and he leaves you alone. And the King of Spades turns and looks at all of you and says, "Please, just head into this car to my right and take a seat at the bar."
I walked straight in.
Okay.
This train ain't going nowhere while we're on it, is it?
Not if you're quick. But you may be better suited coming with us. We'll see what Mr. Parrish says.
I look at my dad and I'm like, "Come on."
And he climbs on. You guys step into a beautifully gaudy, Old West, over-decorated...
Real quick, Taiylor.
Yes?
Who's the last person on the train for me?
Before you, probably Jasper.
Okay, I'm gonna reach out a hand and grab Jasper's little cape.
Hi.
Why should I go with any of you?
Because we need your help.
Look where that got us.
And he stops and turns toward you. And the King of Spades, he sees you guys talking, and he steps away to give you your privacy. And Jasper actually, like, grabs onto the edge of your, like, poncho, Christmas. He says, "This has to do with you, too. It's not just you, it's all of us now. And with Tristan involved, we have to do something, or Sala is going to be in trouble, and we have to find out what happened to Gwyn and Larkin." If you walk away, the only thing you're going to do is make yourself easier to corner. They clearly know how to find you.
And I'll follow him. I'll get on the train car.
Yeah, and he keeps a hold of you. Step onto this wonderfully gaudy train car. Like the tasseled like lampshades and the like really overdone like wooden furniture, bright reds and golds everywhere. This is clearly like a high class saloon type car, which you would have found, you know, in the mid 1800s, running most lines, passenger lines. And sitting at the bar, there's a few just regular passengers who are just having a drink. This bar is stocked up with everything you could think of. If you were ever going to find a Sazerac, it'd be here.
Already poured. Already halfway through the first one.
Yeah. But as you guys enter, one of the people at the bar who doesn't have a hat on but has a dark coat looks over and then glances at the bartender, who you see is looks to be a Dolmarig man, black hair, dark copper skin, streaks of gray through his hair. He's wearing these sort of classic bartenders, like white shirt with the armbands, a nice half apron, bow tie. But he's just leaning on the bar, pouring a drink for someone else. And as he glances over all of you, he stands up straight and looks across at another person in black who says, Excuse me, folks. We're gonna have to ask you to clear out the car, please. And the normal passengers kind of all look up, and a couple of them start to be like, "What do you mean we're here to drink?" And they just get pushed out. And the bartender leans on the bar once more and motions for you all to sit down in front of him.
Sit down.
I'm on my second Sazerac now.
He would have to pour it for you first.
Okay.
But yeah, as you all sit down, he says, "Good afternoon, folks. I assume you're Mr. Fortunemær."
What gives it away?
Just a hunch. And Miss Wrenly? Mr. Borago. And Mr. Wildborn, I believe?
Are you Parrish?
Yes, I am.
Good. There's some things that we need to do, so if we could get to it. I have some people to kill.
I understand that, and I would like to offer my assistance.
I think you have some explaining to do.
Oh yes,
And-
I have plenty to do.
And some proving of loyalties. Because
Of
I've
course.
heard your name or your alias, I should say, out of the mouth of Captain Ferdinand Orozco to Mr. Walter Dine, who is in some deep, deep shit.
Yes, he is. Mostly Orozco's fault, though. My name is Orson Parrish, and folks around, my crew, call me the dealer for fun little thematic reasons. I didn't ask for such a stupid nickname. You all have apparently run afoul of some of my former business partners. And being that those former business partners are fucking up everything I'm trying to do, I would like them out of the way as much as you would.
Are you talking about the Jade Street Crows?
I put Tristan's sketch up on the counter.
Oh, yes. Yep, Tristan's definitely one of them.
Who are the others?
Well, we, so the dealer isn't just a stupid nickname. I'll admit that to you. We're being honest here. My organization, who, to those of you who've been around Amnobelyn before, you will know us as the Gamblers. And Magda, you do know that name. The Gamblers are they're a, height of the 20s mafia style gang. They are really effective. They are really scary. And they have connections to not any specific that you know, but they have connections sort of across the moral spectrum. You've even heard rumors that the Obsidian Collective has turned to them before for shadier shit, because members of the Obsidian Collective can't do that. They're too high profile, so they have to basically get a thief to catch a thief, sort of thing. You don't know Orson Parrish or the name The Dealer, but you've heard of these guys. They operate basically around the Galar Wraith area, but they're known to pop up across the world occasionally.
Okay.
So, okay, we'll try not to go too much longer. He still leaning on the bar. He says, "Is there any drinks I can pour you folks while I talk?"
Whiskey.
He just, without looking, pulls up a bottle from under the bar. pushes a tumbler across to you. Basically anything you want, he can make. He is clearly an actual bartender. Sazerac, mint julep, fucking make something up, he can throw it together.
I'm gonna have him make me 2 Sazeracs.
Yes. But as he's making different drinks, he says, Mr. Kepler is, as I imagine you all know, something of a smuggler. And he and I used to be business partners, not friends. Until I learned what he was dealing in and who he was dealing with under my nose. Around here, we would refer to him as the Ace High. A very, very capable killer. Very reliable. Used to do favors for him in return for getting rid of some of these idiots who turn bad. Walter, on the other hand, our very own high roller, he's still a business partner to some extent. It's Ferdinand who's the problem. Ferdinand and to some extent Maria, but I imagine she would be a better friend if he were out of the way. We refer to them as the Shark and the Holdout. You will find these code names on any pieces of correspondence we give you, as we don't write names down. Too easy to find. And then the Walter that I understand, Miss Wrenly, that you have actually been tracking aboard the Fifth Horseman is not Walter.
We figured that out.
Yes, I imagine. We refer to them as the Turn. Their name is Cass. They're a changeling. They are very skilled in changing not only their face, but their accent and even their thought processes. So sometimes it's hard to catch them. And they're very good at reading minds and people. Now, do you all know why Cass was aboard the Fifth Horseman?
He was smuggling explosives.
So you did find out. Wonderful. Well, Cass was not supposed to do that. You see, Ferdinand is a smuggler of his own sort. He takes aboard cargo for whoever wants it, as long as they pay a good enough price, and along the way, it gets lost, meaning it gets dropped off at an undisclosed location. The explosives were headed for Port Saris. Lodestone Hall, the hall of the Obsidian Collective, was the target.
What, the Obsidian Collective ordered those explosives?
No. Someone wants the entire hall demolished, and potentially some of the members inside. And how wonderful would it be to use Veneer Arms explosives to do that and just let Leon Veneer take the fall?
It's very convenient that there's a Veneer Arms dealer working in all that.
I'll tell you why that's very convenient. Mr. Dine was asked to do this in tandem with Ferdinand, and he refused.
Do you have any idea what Mr. Dine is doing in his spare time?
As I understand it, he's down in Frosthold, pursuing a personal project. Something to do with his dear departed wife, Amelia.
So everyone knows. Wonderful.
Not everyone. But he and I are, well, not friends, but We deal a lot with each other.
Right.
And as of recently, that relationship has become rather strained due to Tristan.
Is that because Walter's in better terms with Tristan than with you?
No, it's because Walter doesn't. It's because of what Walter doesn't know about Tristan.
What's that?
What is that?
I'm afraid my dear friend Mr. Dine is a bit in the dark with the kind of monster he's working with. And Tristan is very, very good at lying. Tristan is beginning to, well, he's been experimenting for a while, but beginning to get into some darker, nastier stuff with residuum. It's not really being smuggled through anymore. Seems he's keeping a lot of it. And I should know, because none of my shipments have arrived.
And what is he doing with it?
I am not sure exactly what, but experiments nonetheless. He does most of his business in the Feywild, and I unfortunately haven't found myself a good way to get into the Feywild reliably yet.
Right. So you want us to take out Tristan?
I'm more interested in Ferdinand at this very moment.
Well, we're interested in our friends, so therefore
I'm
we're
very well
interested
aware.
in Tristan.
I am getting to the point of this whole thing.
Talk a little bit faster there,
Yes,
bud.
please, if you could, because, if one of my parents dies while I'm sitting here at your bar, I'm going to be very upset.
Your mother's not going to die, Mr. Borago. She's too valuable alive.
Still want her back. So,
I know. But she is nowhere near here. I have reason to believe that Ferdinand peeled off a few of my people to help him with a little operation. And then Tristan got involved. And Tristan has a problem with all of you. I imagine you figured this out at some point, that a couple of my people got mixed in. And I'm rather unhappy about that. So, here is my business pitch to you. I'm going to help you find the people you lost. I'm going to get you headed there as fast as I can. But I need Ferdinand Orozco.
Dead?
I would prefer alive, but I wouldn't be angry if he died.
I might have an in.
Good. I understand he's going to be in town a couple more days. This train is headed out to Haven within a couple of hours, I believe. So, I will be setting myself up in a place nearby to await you.
Is that where they've taken our people then?
What do you mean?
You said that Noah's mother is not anywhere near here. Does that mean she's been taken to Haven?
No,
Do you know where she's been taken?
I have a pretty good idea.
How do you
Yeah.
know she's alive?
Because Tristan Kepler does not kill his bait.
And let me guess, you're gonna tell us exactly where they are once we give you a Roscoe.
That is the idea.
Yeah.
You know, we've heard some shit about Tristan.
Mm-hmm. Anything you
We
care
may
to
not
share?
be able to take him out.
Oh, I highly doubt it.
100% not going to be able to.
Your best bet is probably making friends and getting a hold of these people when Tristan is away. But I will tell you this, for free. One of your friends is being taken to Haven.
Which one?
Why not? Gwen, big one.
Why?
I don't know what Tristan's planning. But I do know that he has contacts there that are not associated with me, so I assume they're either associated with Jade Street or whoever the fuck else he's gotten himself mixed up with. Lorcan, on the other hand, he is probably headed back to the Feywild.
Well, shit.
And
What reason would Tristan have to send him back there?
I don't know about these people, I just know what they're doing.
I have the feeling that it's to remove Lorcan from the playing field in a way that can't be traced to him.
Lorcan isn't a threat.
No, but his punishment.
If they really wanted... I mean, yes, but, like, if they wanted punishment, they would also go after my dad. I feel like it's...
They did go after your
Lorcan-
dad.
I know, but
Yes,
they
they
would have
did.
tried harder to...
All this was a warning.
All this was my fault.
I don't
Look,
really care who is to blame for this. I would just like to get started.
Bring me Ferdinand Orozco, and I will point you in the right direction. And I
Where
will
is
even, I assume, aboard his ship or the nearest bar. You have more insight into what's happening aboard the Fifth Horseman than I do currently.
I am friends with his daughter.
Oh,
And
okay.
from the last conversation that I had with her, she is starting to waver in her trust with her father.
Rightfully so.
So, I can get you Roscoe.
I imagine if you either get Miss Orozco or Mrs. Orozco on your side, you should be much easier to handle. Maria is, well, she's tough. And nothing happens aboard that ship without her say-so. Young Joan, I don't know much about. But bring me him. I prefer alive. Dead's alright, but either way, I will see that you get set on your path. And if you will do me the further kindness of making sure that the Fifth Horseman sinks, I will even throw my hat in and maybe help you. And go after one of your other friends.
That
You
can
know
be
what?
arranged.
Blow up the dynamite stash. That'll teach you.
I'll hold out my hand. You got yourself a deal.
And he reaches across and with a clockwork arm shakes your hand. Oh. I should say, Miss Wrenly, if you are in need of a safe place for your father, I do have a couple of very carefully locked down safe houses that he can stay at. The sort that aren't going to get raided while you're not looking.
That would be great. And disclaimer, if anything happens to him, I'm going after all 52 of you.
A little less than 52 now, but I understand.
why
I'll
should we
take-
trust you?
Oh, you shouldn't trust me. You should only trust that I'm a businessman who understands the value of his reputation.
So it's just going to be an enemy of my enemy is my friend.
You could end up friends. I've always got room for new friends, especially with culling out some of the bad ones.
And what are we supposed to do if a better offer comes along to you?
I would hope you have some sense of honor.
I was raised on it.
Lovely. Your father is going to be safe with me, and Mr. Borago, your father is going to be safe where he is as well. I promise you that. And I'll do a little more digging into where this Gwen is headed. See if I can give you a little better idea.
Good.
Parrish, you seem to have a lot of insight into this whole situation.
Yes, sir?
There are not many people that knew where that safe house was.
No, there were not.
Do you know how they knew?
As I understand it, Tristan has a few very talented assassins and casters under his wing. If I were to blame anyone, this is a shot in the dark, but it would be the person I'd suspect. I would guess perhaps either Irahim Ziva or... Tristan doesn't do his own dirty work like that. Irahim Ziva or perhaps Tane Hakea Wayahana. Or Ross Greer if he's still kicking around.
One moment. Since there's no more secrets, let me tell you who those two people are. So that if we see them, everybody knows. Irahim is a male Lepin Tabaxi. He's one of Tristan's favorite killers. And he used to be a dear friend. If it's Tane, that's a male orc. You've heard about Tane already. His sister is dead because of me.
I'm assuming this is all stuff you've been told, not things that you remember.
You guys were told about Tane. I know about Irahim separately.
Oh, okay.
Well, if it's worth anything, my money is on Irahim. I have employed his services before, and nearly feared for my own life when he was around.
Right. Well, we'll get you who you're looking for.
Lovely. Do what you must, and when you have a hold of him, one of my people will find you. We'll bring you to the safe house where your father will be. If it's all right by you, we're going to keep it a secret for the moment. Because while this is pretty secure, and he motions to the car around him, I have just been told today that a number of my people have turned against me, so I'm going to try to keep things as quiet as possible.
Right. Wherever this is, I need to be able to send messages, and I need to be able to confirm that he's okay the entire time.
Alright.
Right.
How so do you mean?
Can't be warded to keep messages out or anything like that. Voter post needs to be able to go through.
That one might be a problem. I can put him in a less secure safe house. You know what? I got a solution to that. And he picks himself up from the leaning on the bar, and he points over to a full-blooded orc who's also all in black. Currently has his hat at his side. He has like a cigar hanging out of his mouth. He says, Mr. Skjor here, he can be your contact. He will be posted outside of the safe house and be able to run messages in for you.
Okay.
And the orc nods to all of you.
I would like to run just a general insight check on this guy just to make sure he's not totally flipping us the bird behind his back.
Okay.
Unnatural 20. Or no, sorry, 21.
21, okay.
Yeah.
Orson Parish is, like Sala, the greatest of liars. There's probably a reason that there is a poker theme to all of this. There's a reason that this is all cards and betting and bluffing. He is just a master of deception. But as he speaks to you, you get the feeling that while he himself is not necessarily honest, he is placing a trust in you. And he thinks that you're, for lack of a better word, because there's a theme here, he thinks that you guys could be the card up his sleeve. So he wants to be on your good side.
Sorry, I'm too busy looking at you.
I know.
Dave.
Yeah.
All right. We have a deal.
Indeed. You are free to contact me anytime you need. But I suggest you all remove yourselves from this train before it takes off. I will be doing the same. And he turns to Hector, who looks kind of terrified of all that he's just witnessed. Because this is like some shit that you hear about after like a big like bust of a gang or something, or that you read in novels. And Orson Parish looks across to him and says, Mr. Wrenly, we will put you up in our most comfortable room in the safe house. Feel free to partake of anything there. You are our honored guest. And Hector slowly nods and looks at Magda just wide-eyed.
It's all right. It'll be a couple of days, and then we'll work it out then. I don't know.
I should say as well, depending on what you all decide to do after this, there will be another train coming through headed for Haven. If I can confirm that Miss Gwyn is there, I can get you on that train. Take you a few weeks to get to Haven.
We'll talk about it.
Alright, well, discuss amongst yourselves, get the fuck out of my bar. And he walks away from the bar.
Okay.
Hector, you hold on to that cardigan. It stays cold out here. It's a little big on you, but it's going to be okay.
Are we leaving him on the train? Or what
Yeah,
are we
the guys have like come up
Okay.
to take him.
Okay.
And take care of that head wound. I kind of had to slobber on it to get the blood off, and that ain't sanitary. Don't want that getting infected.
Ew.
One of the guys in black, a 5 of spades, steps up and says, "We'll get him seen to. We'll make sure he's all right."
Hearing them talk about it, I'm just like, there's no need. Healing word.
Okay.
That's gonna be 2 + 8, 10.
Wow, that's all of his hit points.
Yep, there he goes. He's fine now.
Oh shit.
He's like supercharged now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ultra.
That was only a 2 rolled, and it's still 10 healing.
Yep.
Jesus.
But you all disembark from the train that's getting ready to leave.
I want to say bye to him really fast.
Okay.
I know we just got reconnected, but it'll only be a couple more days.
I don't know about this, sweetie.
Listen, I don't want... It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna fix things.
What kind of trouble are you in?
A lot. A lot. Maybe I'll write it all out, and I will give it to this Mr. Skjor, and he can give you that, and you can just read over the last 6 years of my life. It's a lot, so...
And he looks at the men in the dark coats who are waiting for him very patiently, very politely. It's like, okay, just don't run off without telling me.
I won't, of course not. No.
Okay.
Not anymore.
And he reaches out to hug you. And as he pulls back, he faces the men in the dark coats, and the orc Skjor steps forward and puts a hand on Hector's shoulder. Says, "Mr. Wrenly, if you follow me." And
Mr. Wrenly,
he stops.
I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you.
I'll go.
And you should be mighty proud of your daughter, by the way.
So everybody's gonna make him stop. Yeah. And he nods with a little smile.
You don't have to listen to that last part, it's fine.
And he follows the men in the dark coats as you are shuffled off the train.
All right, let's go blow up a boat.
Woo! We're gonna do that next session.
Yeah.
Yeah. We went a bit over, but that's okay.
Hey, we buy ourselves some time if we blow up the ship first. Because he can't leave then.
No, then he's gonna be tipped off.
Maybe. Anyway.
We could just split up again.
Yeah,
that worked out great.
Yeah,
really well.
It did actually work out really well.
Yeah.
It
You
did.
just didn't have a
It worked fairly
contingency
well.
plan for the other shit that could go wrong. But anyway, thank you everybody for joining us. You can find us on Twitter at Atlaran, ADVCO. You can find our link tree below here on Twitch or on YouTube podcasts, anywhere that we post our shit. Please check out our Redbubble, which is in the link tree. Support our stream and our designs that we've made ourselves. Let's see. We'll say ahead of time, this is pre-recorded, so you'll see this at normal time, but for us it's way earlier. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope you had a good one and it wasn't too family-ish. But we will not be streaming on December 25th for obvious reasons. But I believe we should be okay for
Merry Crisis.
we should be okay for the year or for the week after that. What else? Oh, and we are still working on our campaign 1 book, the first of the series, that details the adventures of Jax and Sylphie and Marin and Kit, and how some of the characters that you've already seen in this campaign came to be. Let's see. I think that's it for the actual AICO stuff. So, Ash.
Hello. My name is
Hello.
Astrid. You can find me basically everywhere at Astrid K Writes or on my website, astridknight.com. I'm writing a book. It's about D&D. It's pretty cool. It's called Perception Check. It's about I'm trying to
It's about
remember.
queer people on an
Yeah.
adventure in a fantasy world found inside a game, and it has a lot of good inter-character stuff.
Oh, thank you. I forgot everything that happened in it in that split second that I was trying to
Violet's
talk about
crazy.
it, so-
That's all anybody needs to know. That Violet's fucking crazy.
A little bit. That's anyway. Yeah.
Like,
Hi, I'm Blake R. Wolfe. You can find me at blakerwolfe.com, BLAKERWOLFE. I write fantasy books. I just finished a series called The Crystalline Chronicles. So you can go pick that up if you like Lord of the Rings and D&D and Narnia and gay people. It's got something for you. And then I'm currently working on a new series that's going to be coming out. I'm hoping in January. And I'm also one of the writers with Ash for the previous campaign for that novel. So that'll be coming out eventually as well. And all my social media is under the same name, Blake R. Wolfe. So get to it.
Gale.
Hi, you can find me on Twitter at Zachary G. Author. I mostly write horror stories, typically short fiction, and I'm planning on publishing a book next October. So that'll be a load of fun. And that's pretty much it for me.
Cool. Koop, how normal are you this week other than your severe character-related depression?
What's up, guys? I'm Zack Koop. I'm the hashtag Street Master, hashtag villain of this session. And just
Hashtag,
I don't know. We
target for the next session.
Yeah, we like beat up on you a lot, like both like verbally and
Literally and
physically.
figuratively.
I'm
Yeah.
actually just super happy that I dedicated like 90% of my brain power over the last 5 days to coming up with this plan just for this to happen. So
And it worked perfectly.
hey, you know what?
Hey, we didn't die.
Your fucking dad is alive. You're
It's
welcome.
true. Thank you.
I told you
no,
that was
talking
the
about
only
Hector.
thing that mattered, and I meant it.
I mean, my other dad's alive too, so that's pretty good.
Anyway, yeah, that's. We'll see what new levels of depravity I can bring to the stream next week.
This is where the alcoholism kicks in.
Oh god, it hasn't kicked in yet.
No, it's been
Completely.
very, very evident. Anyway,
After his fourth Sazerac.
Mhm.
But yeah, you can find me on Twitter at TAIY.
Why?
Aardvark.
oh, what?
TAIYLORWALLACE. Make sure you misspell Taiylor. You will never find me. You can also find me if you're a writer working on the end of Nano or, any other things. You can find me at Sonder_editing or SonderEditing.com, where I am an independent editor. Come support my small business. Yay. So yeah, that's nope, that's it. All right. Thank you for joining us, and join us once more next weekend, Saturday 11 a.m. Eastern, on Twitch, or you can catch any stream that you've missed. You can catch up with us through the entire campaign, even the last campaign if you want to, on YouTube. VODs are posted on Wednesdays, so are podcasts on several different platforms, including Spotify. And yeah, come join us next week as we see the beginning of a new arc.
Go to the Red Bubble. We got cool shit on there.
I've already
They
said,
said that. Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, at the
Yes.
beginning.
Fuck, I'm tired.
But do go to the Red Bubble. It's in the
Yeah, but
link
do it
tree.
anyway.
Yeah.
Do it anyway, coward.
And
There's
also,
there's some
don't
fun
forget to go
stickers
to the
there.
Redbubble.
Oh my god.
Did we mention the Redbubble yet?
Shut the fuck up. Hashtag
just-
Streammaster.
I
What?
just followed us on Spotify because I forgot to. So
Okay. Hashtag blessed, hashtag Streammaster, hashtag alcoholism, hashtag guilt. Please take us out.
Hashtag butt.
I will do that
Hashtag butts.
as soon as we're done
Hashtag-
hashtagging.
Impending TPK still.
Hashtag bye.